ZAV 25-8 also was continued from December 4, 2025. And we have a variance ZAV 25-9 that was continued also from December 4, 2025. Just to recap your memory, the petitioner is seeking seeking a special permit and variances to construct a 56-unit high-quality residential apartment building on a 270,153 square foot lot. And we did open this meeting. We had several public hearings, and we had input from the neighbors. And at the last meeting, we asked attorney for the applicant to write a draft decision for the board to consider. And I believe this is where we are tonight. Attorney Markey, I believe the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight and after having had input from all of the neighbors with all of the requests, there were several, at the first meeting, my recollection is there were several questions that were raised, and the board and the members asked us to come back. We had some additional answers with some reports from engineering experts and from traffic folks who had given input. After the last meeting, you had asked to put together a draft decision addressing all the issues and trying to put in all the conditions that you had verbally mentioned. I did my best effort to do it. I know that it was provided to the staff earlier this week, and there may be some changes and suggestions that you have from that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I believe that everybody has, over the prior two meetings, had an opportunity to speak who had an interest in these matters.
Thank you, Attorney Markey. I personally looked at the decision today, and it looks fine to me. We did some tweaking, nothing really major that changes the substance of the decision itself. But I know the board members are here tonight too. I'm not sure if they had a chance to look at the decisions, the draft decisions before, but we're going to go through them one by one, I believe. So, again, this is a public hearing. At the last hearing, we heard from the neighbors. I would ask if anyone here knew that, who hasn't been to the previous meetings and haven't had a chance to voice their opinion either in support or in opposition, please come to the podium. That's it. But if you were here before and you voiced your concern, we did address your concerns, and I see, unless you haven't been to any of the meetings, because we will be closing the public hearing soon, and you won't have any chance to speak.
I was wondering if I could just speak. I know I was here.
I believe you did, right? And
No, I have been, but
is this something new that
it was something I wanted to say.
beside the traffic? I know you had issues with the height and all.
No, it was just something, my husband was going to come to the first meeting, but
Please state your name for the records anyway. So right.
it's Laura Lynn Boulia, and I'm at 209 North Quarry. My husband was coming to the first meeting, but he passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm just going to tell you what he told me. He was going to come here himself personally, but he passed away in October. Now, he just wanted to talk about the aquifer and the wells, and when you tap into all that, he said that, when you're messing around with all that stuff, it can stop the water flow in the veins and your wells can dry up. That's what he was going to say at the meeting. And the only thing I wanted to say was I'm looking for trees and buffer zone from the height, because we're a little further down. And so you'd be looking right down where we live.
Okay,
So
thank you.
That's what I wanted to say. I know I was here before, but
All right.
I
Well,
wanted to let you know what my husband was going to say.
thank you. Sorry about your loss. And so we did mention previously that there's regs in the town in terms of stormwater, so they have to comply. And as I mentioned in the previous meetings, this is their first step. This doesn't mean they have a building permit. This is their first step. Once they get through zoning, they have to go through planning, and this is when the things will, with the buffer and the trees and the lighting and, you know, the height and the yes. So this is all going to be covered, and you'll have a chance to go to those meetings and voice your opinion, so.
The thing was the aquifer, that's what.
Yeah, the
I
aquifer,
don't
we
know what
already, we
that-
already have regs for the aquifer, so they have to comply with those for the stormwater, so I can tell you that.
Thank
So, mhm. But this is not our purview here, this is not the purview of this board. At this time, I think, what's the pleasure of the board? I don't think we need to communicate with the, you think we need to communicate with the attorney? I mean, if this is the case, we keep the hearing open, or we can close the hearing and then we can deliberate that. I think it's straightforward. I don't think there's anything unless, I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at the draft decision.
I'm satisfied.
Attorney
I
Fair?
don't have any problems with it.
Okay, so I think what I would suggest, because we've always done this in the past, that we probably take the cases out of order and start with the variances, because obviously if you don't have a variance, you won't have a special permit, right? So I think we'll start with use variance ZAV 25-8, which is the use variance. So I need a motion to close the public hearing on this variance before we deliberate on.
Make a
on the
motion that
decision.
we close the public hearing on use variance ZAV-25-8, 0 State Road.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. So the public hearing portion is closed. Now, we do have a draft decision from Attorney Markey. I want to make sure I have the right decision here. And this is the special permit. This is 8. Okay, this is the one. Thank you. We can go through the findings.
Yes.
And if you have any comments or you'd like to add something or delete something, just let me know. The subject property at 0 State Road is located within the general business district. The property measures approximately 6.2 acres. That's 270,153 square feet. Lewis Properties LLC has owned the property since April 13, 2017. The subject property will be served by town water and town sewer. The property is currently vacant with no structures or improvements on the site. The petitioner, Kevin Medeiros, is seeking a use variance from Article 18, Section 375-18.2, allowed uses, to construct a 56-unit residential apartment building on the property where residential uses are not permitted as of right in the general business zoning district. There is a substantial area of ledge on the property located in the southwest portion of the lot near State Road. And I believe Attorney Markey did, in his presentation, point out when he had the ledge is a massive, that is close to State Road. Due to the ledge outcropping in the front portion of the lot, a retail building would have to be located in the rear of the lot and would be hardly visible from State Road. The most feasible alternative use for the existing property is the proposed residential unit. There would be less impact to traffic to adjacent streets and nearby residents if the property is developed with the 56-unit residential apartment building as opposed to a traditional shopping plaza or retail building. And I believe we asked for a traffic expert opinion, and they did submit the documentation that shows that the 56 units will not generate as much traffic or less traffic than any retail. Due to the ledge and the contour of the land, the building will need to be constructed with a walkout basement, requiring the rear of the building to be 4 stories with an average height of approximately 45 feet. The proposed use is subject to site plan review by the planning board, by Dartmouth Planning Board. And again, as I mentioned before, this is going to be a public hearing, and the neighbors will also have the opportunity to attend those meetings and voice their opinion, their concerns. There were 4 abutters that were in support of the petition and 5 abutters that were opposed to the petition, and I think we have those documented. The board, after hearing all the parties and concerned residents, finds that the proposed 56-unit residential apartment building will not create substantial detriment to the public good or substantially derogate from the intent and purpose of the bylaw. So this is a variance, so we need to look at the statutory requirements for granting a variance, and we know there's 4 criteria that we have to consider. There are circumstances related to soil, shape, and topography that especially affect the subject property that do not generally affect the zoning district in which the structure or land is located. So the property has unique topographical conditions that make the development of a retail building unfeasible and would require the building to be located in the rear of the lot. Due to the poor exposure from State Road, it is not practical for the development of a retail building. The ledge outcropping located in the front portion of the lot makes the lot extremely difficult to develop as a traditional business/shopping plaza, which would be permitted as of right in the zoning district. The most feasible alternative use for the property is the proposed apartment building. A literal enforcement of the provision of the bylaw would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to petitioner. The proposed 56-unit residential apartment building does not require visibility from State Road to be economically viable, resulting in ideal use for this site. Denial of the proposed use, which is suitable for this property, would involve a substantial hardship to the petitioner. Desirable relief may be granted without detriment to the public good. The proposed use will generate less traffic to the adjacent streets and nearby residents than a traditional commercial retail use. The addition of the 56 household to the area will only help local businesses and the town's economy. Variance will not nullify or substantially derogate from the intent or purpose of the bylaw. The use of the property for high-quality apartments addresses the need for housing in the town. Now, the special conditions or conditions, the board's approval shall specifically condition upon compliance the following. The petitioner and or subsequent owner will secure all the necessary permit and approval from all applicable boards and agencies prior to the issuance of a building permit. The proposed use is subject to a site plan review by the Dartmouth Planning Board. The petitioner/subsequent owner shall file with the Conservation Commission, if applicable, prior to the issuance of a building permit. Petitioner, subsequent owner, agree that trash removal from dumpsters by a refuse truck shall only be permitted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., because I think there was a concern from the neighbors about the noise with the truck being near certain times, and we understand that, and we can place that condition. There was another concern about screening from utilities or mechanical, and I think this will be the purview of the site plan review once they go to the planning board, so it's not ours. At this time, I don't know if you have any.
I have nothing to add.
Nothing to add, nothing to.
I don't have any additional comments or nothing.
And if this is the case, do we have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve use variance ZAV-25-8 for 0 State Road as written.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Well, let's move to the next.
Close that hearing. I have to close that.
We closed it.
Oh, we did.
We closed the public hearing. The next case for this property is also a variance. It's the ZAV 25-9. Again, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing on this case.
I make a motion that we close the public hearing on variance ZAV-25-9 for Zero State Road.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. So the public hearing portion is closed. Now we have some findings that we can go through again. They're similar to the previous one, but this might be because this variance is not for the use, this is dimensional relief on areas and height. So the subject property at Zero State Road is located within the general business district and the aquifer district. The property measures approximately 6.2 acres, 271.53 square feet. Lewis Properties LLC has owned the property since April 13, 2017. The subject property will be served by town water and town sewer. So those are similar to the one before. The property is currently vacant with no structures or improvement to the site. There's substantial area of ledge on the property located in the southwest portion of the land close to State Road. Due to the ledge outcropping in the front portion of the lot close to State Road, a retail building would have to be located in the rear of the lot and would hardly be visible. The most feasible alternative use for the existing property is the proposed residential units. There would be less impact to traffic to adjacent street and nearby residents if the property is developed with this 56-unit residential apartment building as opposed to a traditional shopping plaza or retail building. The front elevation of the building consists of a height of 31 feet with an overall height of 39 when including the elevator shaft. And this is the issue, it would, well, that was one of the requests that they needed relief on the height. I believe the maximum height is 35 feet. And next one is due to the ledge and the contour of the land, the building will need to be constructed with the walkout basement, requiring the rear of the building to be 4 stories with an average total height of approximately 45 feet overall. And again, I would repeat that the height to the top of the elevator shaft is the 45, but actual height to the top of the building, the last floor, is within the 35 feet. I believe that was within the zoning bylaws. The board, there were the property has significant areas of steep slope that will necessitate the construction of retaining walls. The proposed use is subject to site plan review by the Dartmouth Planning Board, and there were 5 abutters that were in support of the petition and 5 abutters that were opposed of the petition. The board, after hearing all the parties and concerned residents, finds that the proposed 56-unit residential apartment building will not create substantial detriment to the public good or substantially derogate from the intent and purpose of the bylaw. Again, we need to look at the statutory requirements for issuing a variance. There are circumstances related to soils, shape, and topography that especially affect the subject property that do not generally affect the zoning district in which the structure or land is located. The property has unique topographical conditions and that make the development of the lot difficult due to the location of the ledge and the steep slope of the land. The only feasible development would be to have a walkout basement which is used with residential buildings but creates an additional story to the building. A literal enforcement of the provisions of the bylaw would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner. The proposed 56-unit residential apartment building does not require visibility from State Road to the economically viable, resulting in an ideal use for this site. Denial of the proposed use, which is suitable for this property, would involve a substantial hardship to the petitioner. Desirable relief may be granted without detriment to the public good. The proposed use will generate less traffic to the adjacent streets and nearby residents than a traditional commercial retail use. The addition of 56 households to the area will only help local businesses and the town's economy. The variance will not nullify or substantially derogate from the intent or purpose of the bylaw. The use of the property for high-quality apartments addresses the need for housing in the town. And conditions, the petitioner will secure all necessary permits and approval from all applicable boards prior to issuance of a building permit. The proposed use is subject to a site plan review by the planning board. The petitioner, subsequent owner, shall file with the Conservation Commission, if applicable, prior to the issuance of a building permit. Petitioner and our subsequent owner agree that trash removal from dumpster by refuse truck shall be only permitted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Again, I think this is very similar to the conditions and findings on the previous variance. I have no comments on this. Any of the board members have any comments?
I have none.
Okay, then what's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve variance ZAV-25-9 for 0 State Street.
State Road.
I'm sorry, that the public hearing is closed. Yeah, we did close it, I'm sorry. We-
The height, you didn't close it out yet.
Yeah, this is the one for the height and the area, so,
Height and area, you didn't close it out yet, did
yeah, I did, I'm sorry.
you? You did.
I did. The use, we closed the use and we voted on the use, and then we closed this on the area and the height, yes. Again, I'm sorry, we closed the public hearing, so,
You didn't even give us a chance to even respond to the letter that was.
do we have a motion?
I put a motion on the board.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second it. We voted on it.
All in favor? No,
We
Th-
voted,
this
to- oh, you mean, yeah, second.
second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The last, I'm sorry, we closed the public hearing. The last case for this property is the special permit, and this is ZSP 25-5. I need a motion, and this is for the increase for the lot coverage over the 10% in the Aquifer District, Aquifer 3. So I need a motion to close the public hearing on
I
this.
make a motion that we close the public hearing on special permit ZSP-25-5 for 0 State Road.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Same, we do have a draft decision that we need to look at, and I'll go through the findings. The subject property at 0 State Street is located within the general business and Aquifer 3 district. The property measures approximately 6.2 acres, 270,153 square feet. Lewis Properties LLC has owned the property since April 13, 2017. The subject property will be served by town water and town sewer. The property is currently vacant with no structures or improvements on the site. The petitioner, Kevin Medeiros, is seeking special permit from Article 18, Section 378-28.5, prohibited uses, to construct a 56-unit residential apartment building on the property where the lot coverage is greater than 2,500 square feet and above 10% of impervious lot coverage. There's a substantial area of ledge on the property located in the southwest portion of the lot close to State Street. Due to the ledge outcropping in the front portion of the lot, a retail building would have to be located in the rear of the lot and would be hardly visible from State Road. The most feasible alternative use for the existing property is the proposed residential units. There would be less impact to traffic, to the residents if the property is developed with a 56-unit residential apartment building as opposed to a traditional shopping plaza. The proposed use is subject to site plan review from the planning board. There were 4 abutters in support of the petition and 5 abutters that were opposed to the petition. The petition is proposing to connect the roof runoff from the apartment building to an on-site infiltration system in compliance with the Aquifer Overlay District requirements. So this is one of the requirements they have. If they connect, I believe they get up to 10% credit too. So this is in our bylaws, and this is it has to deal with the aquifer, which I know some of the abutters raised the concerns about this, but the applicant will have to comply with the requirements of the aquifer. And again, this will be looked at with the site plan review when they looked at the stormwater design, and they have to meet all that, not only for the town of Dartmouth, but also from Mass DEP. The board finds that the proposed 56-unit apartment building with an impervious lot coverage of 91,167 square feet is not detrimental to the neighborhood and is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. We do have some conditions. The petitioner or subsequent owner will secure all of the necessary permit and approval from all applicable boards and agencies prior to issuance of a building permit. The proposed use is subject to a site plan review by the Dartmouth Planning Board. The petitioner or subsequent owner will file with the Conservation Commission, if applicable, prior to the issuance of a building permit. And again, we reference the plans and architectural plans, which they also be referenced on the other decisions. I have nothing to add to this. If any of the board members have anything to add or to comment or to change,
I have nothing to add.
nothing to add.
I don't have
Attorney
anything to
Ferrier,
add.
nothing. Okay, so at this time, I would ask for
I make a motion that we approve special permit CSP-25-5 for Zero State Road as written.
I'll second that motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. So it's 5:30. I believe our chairman is here, but we will take, the zoning board of appeal will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Board of Appeals meeting of January 8th is back in session. Moving on to the next matter that's on the agenda for tonight's meeting is ZAV 25-14. The petitioner is Attorney Michael Vey. I believe it's McVeigh.
McVeigh,
It should be McVeigh. The owner of the property is Martin Dartmouth Realty LLC. The property is located at 0 State Road, map 53, lot 2. It's located within the General Business Partial Aquifer Zone 3 District. This matter was legally advertised on December 13th and December 25th of this year.
Make a motion that we waive the reading of the abutters list.
Second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. I just want to clarify, I did say this year, that should be of last year, December. It was both December 18th and December 25th of 2025. I believe that we have a letter from the building commissioner. The petitioner in this case is seeking a variance to construct an Audi/Volkswagen dealership on the site with proposed parking encroaching on the required 40 feet from the street line to 19.5. They're seeking relief from 375-24.3C, subpart 2, entitled Parking Facility Setbacks. Parking facilities shall meet the following minimum setbacks of 40 feet from the street. The property is located on State Road in the General Business and Aquifer Zone District, and it's identified as map 53, lot 2, which I've already read. All right, so let's see if I can find the letter from our building inspector. I know it's here because I read it. Here we are. All right. This letter is dated November 24th of 2025. It's addressed to Michael McVeigh, who's the representative for the petitioner in this case. And it states, "I reviewed your application, and at this time, your proposal cannot be approved due to noncompliance with current zoning regulations. The applicant is seeking to construct an Audi Volkswagen dealership on the site with proposed parking encroaching on the required 40-foot from street line to 19.5. A variance is required. Your application is being denied under the following sections of the Dartmouth zoning bylaw, 375-24.3C2, parking facility setbacks. Parking facility shall meet the following minimum setbacks, 40 feet from the street. The subject property is located in the General Business Partial Aquifer Zone 3 District." And that's our letter from our building inspector. Moving on to other town boards. The planning department, they have some comments. "A site plan review application for the proposed work will need to be filed with the planning board. Additional, a special permit for a reduction in required number of parking spaces will be needed for the proposed parking facility as it is currently depicted. The requirements for the special permit can be found in the zoning bylaws under Article 24. Conservation. Changes in building and parking footprints from existing conditions shall require the filing of a notice of intent to conservation. As a commercial development, any proposed stormwater management system will require a third-party peer review for conservation. That was from Mr. Mark Garrett. Compliance with the following DPW regulations. The Department of Public Works construction specifications and standard details, it's the usual stuff that we're aware of, the stormwater management, all things that would have to be done in order for them to get the permit. It says, further goes on, completion of this step does not imply compliance with other town bylaws. We're well aware of that. Thank you. All right, so we've read the comments from all of the town boards into the record. Are there any questions from any of the members at this point in time?
No question, Mr. Chair.
I have a question. I have a question.
Sure.
He needs another special permit?
From planning board.
The planning board takes care of that. All right.
Yes. Not from us.
Yep.
So at this time, I'll call upon the petitioner or their representative to come forward and state your case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Bassett. Mike McVeigh from Markey and Walsh, 50 Homer's Wharf, New Bedford, Massachusetts. I'm here on behalf of the applicant PRM Auto Holdings. As you described, essentially, the project that we're proposing is to bring an existing Audi dealership from another town onto this unused large parcel. A member of, a principal from the ownership group is here tonight as well. So what we're asking for tonight is simply a dimensional variance for the parking facility. We're offering 19 and a half feet where 40 is required. 40 is required for 100 spaces, and we have exactly 100 spaces. So just a brief history of at least our involvement in this case. Several months ago, the development team, ownership team, met with the town's departments in a pre-development meeting, Mr. Bassett. After that meeting and after some careful, thoughtful review of the plan, they've put together a plan that serves the best interest, I think, for everyone, while minimizing the amount of wetland that is going to be, have to be mitigated, it's going to be impacted. That is why we're here tonight. Because the simple question is, why not just push, if I can, pull up the picture again of the site on GIS. And I know this is a little faint, but this property is large, and it goes back in a really kind of strange oblong shape, about 40 acres. But as you can see, it's got this wetland and stream that sort of bisects it. So the design team came up with a site plan that, and it has gone through Concom as far as the site plan stage, the site preparation stage, relocation of a small amount of wetlands. But, you know, balancing all the interests here, they pushed the, apologies, my mouse isn't working. But the site has been, the project has been cited in such a way that the best use of the space, minimal push into the north, into the wetland region, it really only leaves them the 20 feet from the road to the parking. Now, I took a look at other locations, similar automobile dealerships on Route 6.
Right on the street.
So Colonial Honda, right? Colonial Honda, Route 6, to me, similar size parking lot, and I know this isn't exactly scientific, but, you know, it's definitely not 40 feet. It's 20 feet from the edge of the curtain of the road that I can see for basically the beginning of the parking facility. Same thing down the road at Colonial Chevy, it's exactly 20 feet, 19 feet. So
Nissan.
So your argument is that there are two other locations along Route 6 within a quarter mile that have a 20-foot setback already. Is that what you're saying?
correct, and that it would be pretty consistent with what's on there. And like I said, you know, the hardship is the property has this, it's large, it's expansive, but it's got only so much frontage on Route 6, and it spreads in the back, which is, you know, burdened by wetland. It's got this odd shape. That it meets the burden for a variance.
Any questions of the representative?
I have no questions.
I have no questions at this time.
Well, there's always the argument, the counter-argument on these things is you could always make it smaller, and it would still work for the business, but, you know, it is Route 6, and the only concern I have is that sometimes things get abused. So one of the examples that he's actually said over there, they park cars on the sidewalk. I've seen them on the side, not the sidewalk, but an area that's town property, that's grass, and it's not 20 feet from the property line. So I don't know who's been asked, I think they actually removed it not too long ago, I went by not that long ago. I don't know if our building inspectors enforced any of that, but someone obviously spoke to them, and they've changed sort of their behavior, so to speak. I don't know if you're familiar with it, I don't think you live in the area, so you may not be familiar with it, but I'm sure there may be people in the
I
audience.
visited that site for another client, but, yeah.
All right, so this is a public meeting, so people in the audience, if they have any objections or if they're in support of this, they can come forward. So let's start with anyone in objection. Is there anyone who has any comments in objection to this particular project? I have a question. If you do, the rules are you gotta come up to the podium, gotta identify yourself, name and address, just for the record.
My name is David Sylvia. I live at 190 Walbrook in Dartmouth. And I just wanted, if he could go back to one of the screens he just had up there where it shows the, like, I've never seen anything, what they want to build, or what, you know. So he has a proposal there, I think. Yeah, that one right there.
It's an aerial view.
Okay. Is that something that, on the lower left side, there is like a brown area there? Could I ask you what that is?
Absolutely.
Stormwater.
Counsel, can you provide us an explanation?
I believe that is stormwater, yeah, this is,
So what is it, they're proposing to put a pond there or something like that?
I'll let him answer, but we have an we're very fortunate on this board. We have an engineer who puts these things together, Mr. Helene Schuber. He's very familiar with projects of this type.
Okay, do you know what that is? I mean, is it,
That's a detention pond for stormwater, I believe, yeah. So
so
that's
is
what
that-
it says. Haven't seen any design on it,
So-
but this is a potential area.
Okay, so is any of this already approved or not approved?
No, they have, this is their, I believe, this is their first step, right?
if I may, Mr. Chair, one more thing I'd mention, I know this, you went through this in the last hearing. This is the logical first step, should have started with that. This is the logical first step for this project. We're not getting a building permit. If it is approved, we're going to have to go before.
So it's possibly a pond, though? Possibly?
It's a stormwater management
Okay,
retention pond.
okay.
So it's designed to basically accumulate water
Right.
that comes on when we have some
I understand that, yeah.
increased water rate.
The reason I'm asking is it's kind of close to me, so.
Okay,
And
yeah.
And I think you really want to hear is when they go before the Conservation Commission, because the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction over wetlands, and they have jurisdiction over detention ponds. So they have both detention and retention ponds,
Okay.
so they will explain
Could I
that
take
to
a
you.
picture of that? Would that be all right?
Excuse me?
Would it be okay if I went up and took a picture of that board?
I have no problem. There's actually probably a better thing you could take, well, it was up there a little second ago. Now they think I guess.
I'll take your
better
picture.
image, but You can, feel free to go up to it if you'd like to take
Sure.
a picture of it.
This is public information. You should get a copy of what we have.
Where could I obtain that?
I'll give you this. Yeah. You can take mine. There you go, sir.
Mr. Chair, we can provide this individual with a digital
So
copy.
if your taxes went up, you got a little something in exchange. I don't mind, dude.
I'm trying to figure out, where does he live?
So is there anyone that would like to speak? I asked in opposition. This gentleman came up, he just had a question. Come on up. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Gary Aruda. I'm on 55 Ellswick Street. I'm not in the butter. My neighbor's in the butter. He couldn't make it. I'm just here for speaking for him. My question was, I mean, I've been on the property. I know the area very well. I'm an avid outdoorsman, and I know the area very well. Actually, today I was kind of walking around, and where it is cleared, the area that's cleared, how far, are you going back further than that?
Actually, the way this works, you have to ask me the questions.
I'm sorry.
I'm sort of acting
The
as the
area,
intermediate. You ask me,
okay, I'm
and
sorry.
then we ask them.
Okay, the area that's cleared, are they going any further north? Because there's vernal ponds there, and I know there's marbled salamanders, and I have crayfish in my property, so, and it's extremely, extremely wet.
And those are all things that would be addressed before the Conservation Commission, but
So-
if he knows, we'll ask him to come up, if he could explain whether or not they're gonna be doing any further clearing beyond, and he may not know, right? He may not know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to my understanding, there will be no further development other than what is on this plan right here. right
Okay,
here.
okay.
So,
And
again, like the chair said, any work that would involve the resource areas would be before the Conservation
Conservation,
Commission. Yep.
which, okay. So will we be notified about that so I
You
can
would be
attend that?
notified of that. That wouldn't come from our board, that would come from another board, and who actually sends it? Mark Garrett sends it out, I believe. Mark Garrett would be the individual who would be sending those out.
Right, Mark is takes care of the Dartmouth Conservation, correct?
There were a few people speaking, I didn't hear what you said, sir.
No, Mark takes care of the Dartmouth
I
yeah.
don't know if he's still, he might be, was he leaving soon? So there will be an interim,
Okay,
but there'll be someone to be sending it to you.
okay.
All right.
That was my biggest concern, was the wetlands and what they plan on and where since Walmart came in, we have a lot of water crossing Ellswick Street. And I'm just concerned, and they have retention ponds, which I've never seen water in. Okay, so,
It's supposed to work, but
yeah,
the thing is, I think it's safe to say that, you see where that purple line is along there, sort of jagged?
Correct.
That is probably the limits of what they're going to be able to develop. That is the limit there. Now, this is a conceptual plan. This
Gotcha.
is not something that we're certifying.
Gotcha.
All we're doing here today is determining, do they have to park the cars 40 feet?
Yep.
Or can they park them 19.5 feet?
gotcha. Okay, so I really should be at the conservation meeting?
Yes,
meeting.
absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you for your time.
That's good. Come on up. Just, again, please state your name and address.
David Sylvia, 190 Walbrook Ave in Dartmouth. Now that you handed me this, I'm looking at the bottom of the brown. There's a dotted line that comes around, starts right near Route 6, comes around, it says 30-foot parking setback, and then 20-foot building setback. And that dotted line runs all the way around on the lower part of the retention pond and goes across and then back down. I'm just wondering what that line is for, that dotted line. I could go up there and show you if you can't see it.
It means you can't park within 30 feet from the side, and you can't build 20 feet from the side.
So,
Yeah, that's the side, yeah.
so are they allowed to drive through here?
No, this is a setback line. It's not, there's no pavement there. No, there's no pavement there. I can show you if you want to.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
You can, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me just reiterate one thing. This plan may not be their final plan. Right. Because when they go before the Conservation Commission, these concerns that you raise, the board may feel that they're legitimate concerns.
Now I'm just trying to find out what
I can help you with that. So, yeah, no, they're not driving. This is the edge of the pavement here. See this line? No, there's no, this is only setback, but the setback follows the property line. So because you have a property line here, you have a setback. That setback applies. Their pavement is right here. They won't go beyond this line with the pavement. But they can't come pavement in here? No. This is, see this parking?
What is this stone stuff?
I think it might be hay bales, I'm not sure. It might be the hay bales that they have to place before construction. All right.
The only problem is most of this is not audible, it's not picked up by the microphone, so it's always problematic. If you want to ask another question, I ask that you go to the, oh, you're done, great.
And again, they have to go through site plan review, so you'll have another chance to go to the planning board
So
meeting.
there'll be two more hearings, probably one before site plan review and conservation.
Because it's a special permit, so they have to advertise. So you'll have a chance to go to the planning board too.
All right, is there anyone else that'd like to speak either in favor at this point or in opposition to this? Come on forward. Same rules apply.
My name is Carol Catino. I live at 551 State Road, so I'm literally the corner of Arcadia and Route 6, directly across from the driveway of that thing. I have no objections to the thing, but I'm very concerned about the traffic flow there, because when you pull out of Arcadia Avenue, you have people coming out of Walmart that immediately get into the lane to come to that turnaround in Route 6 median. And it's hard to pay attention to traffic coming up from the west. and paying attention to traffic coming down from the east, never mind the ones that come out of Walmart really quick and they shoot right over to the passing lane to get into that turnaround. And then that's a two-way in and out, if I read it right, with no other exit or entrance to that property. So I was thinking it would be beneficial for traffic reasons, because personally, my house, I bought it in 1997, and I've had no less than 7 cars go through my front yard. And I think 4 or 5 of them have hit the house, made contact with the house. So I wanted to know if there was a way to make that driveway kind of like the Walmart, where you don't have the in and out right lined up with the median strip, so that you dump people out of the property further down Route 6, so they'd go to the next median, you know what I mean? That's,
I understand, but quite frankly, I'm always concerned about obstructed view. I don't see where that's gonna be a situation, because any of the parked cars come well beyond the direction of traffic that's there. The parked cars are actually in an area where you're not looking out to see what's coming in when you're exiting. This is an issue that'd be best brought up is before the planning board.
okay.
And they would be the ones maybe to make a suggestion that they have an additional entrance way, so some of the traffic that leaves will leave further
Down, right.
to the west on the property
Right,
site.
exactly.
Rather than being so close east to the connector
Exactly. So
for
it's busy
Walmart.
there already to try to keep your eyes on everything going on, never mind cars now coming potentially out of that
And I
driveway.
understand your concerns, but those would be better brought up
Okay.
before the planning board.
Okay, and then the other thing is the lighting, which would also be planning board, I presume, if they're going to do that. Okay. All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
If I may add, Mr. Chair, I think at the planning board, they might engage another traffic consultant to look at this too, so that would be, your concerns will be addressed. And again, also, they have regulations regarding lighting, and, I know, at night, and they have to have buffer from residential and
Right.
all that. So that
Okay.
will be taken care of. They're not, this is not our purview here
Right.
tonight, so.
As in a butter, because that's why I'm here, will I get notification when there's a planning board and the Conservation
Conservation,
Commission?
yes.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this project? All right, so there not appearing to be anyone else in the audience who would like to provide any comments. So, gentlemen, any questions, any thoughts, any concerns?
Mr. Chair, I think I'm very familiar with the area. I drive down that Route 6 every day, and I don't think this is an issue for the property to be there, that kind of facility. And also, as Attorney McVeigh, of course, says, I'm very familiar with all the actually, from the Chrysler deal on Route 6, east from almost the New Bedford city line, west to, by the Nissan and all the dealers, they're right on the street, But the concern would be maybe parking on that easement. And this is something they'll be in violation, and the building commissioner is here. He's also the zoning officer. If it makes, we can put a condition that there will be no parking on the, but they can't because,
They can't, that's totally right.
anyway, so.
But it just requires that there be supervision, but hopefully they understand that there's
Oh,
a
no, I'm
concern.
sure they do, so I
right,
think
so-
it's a good thing for the.
So, gentlemen,
for
I
the
haven't
town.
put together any suggested proposed findings on this, so I'm going to put that onus on the council. Attorney McVeigh, if you'd be so kind. So if, we've asked this before, so you're familiar with it, is that you could put together some proposed findings and some legal rationale for satisfying 48 Section 10. We'll take a look at it, and then we could put you on for either the next meeting or the meeting after that, so that we can review it and then potentially vote on it.
That sounds good. Thank you.
So I'm short a secretary right now, but I'm not sure when the next date is. I should know when the
The
next date is.
22nd, I thought we just.
But I don't know how many matters we have on, so
Right.
we have to speak with her.
But it should be fast, I think, this one.
So when's our next?
22nd.
I
The
think
22nd?
we can do the 22nd.
Oh,
Yeah.
Of
Do
January?
we have a lot on for that?
22nd? Does that give you enough time?
Yes.
All right. So we'll continue the matter to the 22nd with an understanding that if there's any, this is the first time it's on, so there are no time limit issues on this, so that it would be granted as a matter of right.
You want me to make a motion? Sure.
I make a motion that we continue variance case ZAV 25-14 to
January 22nd.
January 22nd, 2026 at 5 o'clock.
Second, the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Attorney McVeigh, we'll see you on the 22nd.
Thank you, have a good night.
Hopefully that date works for you? Okay, fair enough. All right, moving on. The next matter, do I need to take a recess?
She's coming out.
Oh, okay. The next matter we have is variance case ZAV 25-2. The applicant in this case,
12.
excuse me, 25-12. The applicant in this case, shh, folks, we're still in session. Excuse me, we're still in session. Thank you. I'll start from the beginning. Variance case ZAV 25-12. The petitioner is Paul Cusson. The subject property, he's also the owner. The subject property is 1 Cleveland Street, also known as map 117, lot 169. The property is located within the general residence district. It was legally advertised on December 18th and December 25th of 2025.
Make a motion that we waive the reading of the butters list.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The petitioner is seeking a variance to construct a one-story addition, 9.5 feet by 25.7 feet, 9.5 feet by 14.2 feet by 14, kitchen extension, and a 9.5 by 11.5 porch extension, encroaching setbacks, encroaching into the required line of site triangle and exceeding the maximum amount of lot coverage. A variance is required for the following: to encroach setbacks from the 20 feet to 6.7 on Cleveland Street, a variance to construct a visual barrier in the intersection site triangle setback, and a variance to exceed lot coverage from 50.9 to 54%. Article 375-10.4D setbacks, subpart 2, intersection site triangle setback 3B, Article 375-10.4F, and percentage of lot coverage. All right, so let's see what we got here. I must have a letter from the building inspector. I see it, I just can't put my fingers on it.
I have one.
I got it right here, just, there we go. All right, the letter's dated November 24th of 2025. It's addressed to Mr. Paul Cusson. It's regarding 1 Cleveland Street. I have reviewed your application, and at this time, your proposal cannot be approved due to noncompliance with current zoning regulations. Applicant proposing to construct one-story addition, 9.5 feet by 25.7, a 9.5 by 14.2 kitchen extension, and a 9.5 by 11.5 porch extension, encroaching setbacks, encroaching into the required line of site triangle and exceeding the maximum amount of lot coverage. A variance is required to encroach the setbacks from 20 to 6.7 on Cleveland Street. A variance is required to construct a visual barrier in the intersection site triangle setback, and a variance is required to exceed maximum lot coverage from 50.9 to 54%. Your application is being denied in the following sections of the Dartmouth zoning bylaw: 375-10.4D setbacks, intersection site triangle setback. At the intersection of streets, the corner lot shall not have any visual barrier placed in a triangle formed by a line connecting the 2 points 25 feet back from the intersection of two street right-of-way lines and the lines of the right-of-way to the corner of the property. A visual barrier is an object or any group of objects which block the direct observation of approaching traffic between 2 feet and 8 feet high. Fences of any type over 2 feet in height are prohibited. B, in addition, buildings or structures may be placed within 10 feet from other perimeter lot lines or 20 feet from street lines if the lot upon which the building or structure is located was in existence prior to October 26, 1993. And this is one of those lots that deserves that benefit, or that's entitled to the benefit. 375-10.4F is the percentage of lot coverage in the general residence district. This is additional relief that they're seeking. All uses on a lot which include but are not limited to building structures, driveways, parking areas, gravel areas, walks, patios, storage areas, impermeable surfaces, etc., shall not cover more than 50% of the lot. Natural areas such as landscaping, gardens, lawns, etc., are not regulated within the 50% requirement. The subject property is located in a general residence district. All right, see if I got any other town comments, any other town board comments on this. I do. I've got the Board of Health is indicating to us that there is town water and town sewer serving this premises. Conservation Commission is saying that an intermittent stream is culverted along the south side of Bridge Street, opposite of subject site. There do not appear any conservation issues here, all right? I wasn't aware that there was a stream in that area, but it doesn't appear that any conservation issues. And then typical DPW regulations, and that's about it as far as comments. So at this time, I'm going to call upon the petitioner or the petitioner's representative to come forward and state his case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Cusson. I'm here representing myself and my wife, Nancy. And what I'd like to do is I have some plans, which I think you may have in front of you, I'm not sure, with along with the engineering plan and along with some pictures that I think might be helpful if I may board and give you these plans.
No, is it this plan right here?
Yeah, one of them is that plan. I also
Architectural, yeah, we have it. Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
we have the architecture.
These being the architectural plans?
Yes.
Okay, I got them.
I have a full set,
I'll take a set.
but attached to each package here is some photos that I think will. That we may have an exemption, as you had mentioned. This house was built in 1891, so it's prior to the 1993 reference that you made in your in reading the information you got from the building inspector. So on the plans, the area that is on the architectural plans, the area that is darkened is what we're proposing as an extension. The building, what we're proposing is an extension to the kitchen, which would be, in depth, would be 9 feet 6 inches, and in width, 14 feet 2 inches. And to the Cleveland side, there's an existing porch that we're just extending along with the kitchen addition. Regarding the pictures that I have attached, will show that in the area that we live, which is the corner of Cleveland and Bridge Street. And the pictures that I have attached show where we've staked out where the addition will be and how far it is from Cleveland Street. That's the first picture. The second picture
I know, I'm just trying to see.
attached to the so you can, at that picture, you can see there's my pickup truck and a driveway, which is on the other side of, further away from the proposed addition.
Are those
And-
markings still there?
I'm sorry, yes.
They're still there?
Where the pickup truck is?
Well, no, I'm talking
Stakes.
about the stakes for
Yes.
both the porch and also the proposed addition. The porch expansion and the proposed addition. You have stakes marking that off?
The stakes are where the addition comes out, yes.
Kitchen addition.
And they're still there.
Not the porch. no.
I would like to see them for the porch addition as well.
It's parallel with the porch. If you look at the architectural plans, it's straight across. What we want to do is show how far out we're coming out to Bridge Street. And so that first picture shows where the stakes are, and it shows where there's a driveway there, my driveway, where the truck is, and we're going just to the edge of the first tire where that is. On the second picture is my direct abutter. And you can see where their stoop is even further closer to Bridge Street than what we're proposing. And that's an existing condition. And you can see by the picture as it relates to the truck. The third picture shows a house diagonally across the street from my house, and it is closer to the street than what we're proposing, substantially closer to the street than what we're proposing. And the next picture shows a property diagonally on the other side, the same condition. That whole area, all the houses are relatively close to the street. And you can see by the next picture, the fire department old building, and that's right on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but none of those are corner lots. You would agree, right?
That's correct, except if you look at, well, the next picture shows you, across from the street, how bad that building is. And then the next picture shows the next corner, and that fence is the same. My sight distance is nowhere near, I mean, this is an issue. No, I shouldn't say it's an issue.
What street is that on?
That's on North Pleasant and Bridge. Two houses up from mine.
North Pleasant and?
Yeah, when you're going up Bridge,
North
I'm
Pleasant and Bridge.
I'm where the fire station is. And the fire station also is like 2 feet from the property line. But there's a fire station, Cleveland Street, then my house, and 2 other houses around, that's that corner. And they recently did a nice job on their home. They redid the whole thing and got a building permit and so forth. And there was not that issue raised at that time. And if you look at the next picture, you can see I have an existing fence there. That was built, I don't know, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And you can see the stakes in that picture as well, where, I don't see that sight distance here. If you look at the engineered drawing, it shows where the sight distance triangle is, and it barely creates a problem. You can see where he's showing where that triangle is. And I don't know, what I'd like to do is just, it might be hard for the board to see, if I may.
Yeah, sure, you can approach.
So the triangle is right here. So this is,
Oh, yeah, okay, I see that, yeah.
so this is the addition, that's the porch, and that's the line you're talking about right here. So it barely, and there's substantial distance here, so when you're on this corner, if anything, there's a problem with the fire station.
All right, well, we can't change that, but, so I don't know, I want my other members, co-members here to take a look at that. You see the point he's trying to make?
Yeah.
Because there's a superimposed line, a segmented line there, you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's his argument. I just want to make sure I understand
Yeah.
what your
So
position is.
So what I'm saying is, that when you look at that, it's only a bit of that porch. And with all due respect, it's not a visual impairment to that intersection.
Well, Mr. Cusson, you do understand, if it's just a bit, then we could also say it's just a bit, you could make it just a bit smaller too, and then we wouldn't have to be dealing with this. All right. All right. No, I just need you to, it gotta be, otherwise she gets on me. All right.
Yeah, we could cut that angle on the deck. If that's what you want, that's what we would do. But
I'm
I
not saying
think
that, I'm just,
it could be.
Because, okay.
I'm just explaining that, you know, there's.
Sure.
Obviously, a lot of this has to do with what the temperament is of the neighbors, or what their thoughts are, what their concerns are. I know, quite frankly, what I would like to see before I would approve this, because I haven't gone by there. I've driven by a house before. I didn't even know that was your house, but I've driven by this numerous times. And it would be nice, I think, if you would extend the rest of it, just along the porch, do the outline of what the little string thing that you did there with the stakes. And that way I could just go on site and take a look at it.
Do that, if you could make your approval, the problem that I'm having is it's taken us so long to get to this stage. I'm losing, not your fault, not your problem.
I know.
We're losing,
You said it, not me, but I was thinking it.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that it's straight in the line, so you don't, yeah, so it's straight in line with the existing stakes that are there. So it really went.
Maybe, but, so you're saying just leave it
And
the way
if
it
you
is?
drive by and you have driven by and the existing stake.
All right.
And the percentage of the lot increase, we're asking for additional area. Now,
I don't have a lot of concern with that, because we've granted that before to
Yes,
other people.
okay.
I'm not saying that we'll grant it in every circumstance, but, you know, that doesn't really, unless some other members I
Sure.
have here,
Yep.
if they have some concerns, they'll ask you those questions. So at this point, are there any questions anyone on the board would have at this point?
My only question would be, if you shortened the porch, you wouldn't even have to be here, right?
I don't think I have to be here, period. But the building inspector asked, prior to 1993, any house that was built prior to 1993 comes under, I think, the section that you referred to that allows setbacks to be, my understanding is allows setbacks to be different.
It does, but it's
10
20 feet,
feet.
but it's a
Right.
20, it's 20, but at the end, then it can be 10 feet.
10 feet, and so,
But you are within the 10 feet, Mr. Custin, if I don't.
You're asking to be
Well-
6.7.
with all due respect to the building inspector, I hate to bring this up, but I don't know where he gets 6.7 from.
It's on your plan.
11.4 is on our plan.
It's
There's
on
no
your plan.
6.7 on our plan.
From Cleveland Street.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything on Cleveland Street. We're within the, hang on, let me bring it up.
You're adding a porch. You're expanding a proposed porch 6.7 feet from Cleveland Street.
That's incorrect.
All right,
This
well,
is-
show me where your plan,
Here's the pictures. of-
no, I'm talking about the plan here. Your plan says you're 6.7 feet from Cleveland Street.
But that was granted a long time ago. When we built the addition, when we built the house, the existing house, we were granted the distance here. So we're within that distance.
Well, then that would be a special permit and not a variance.
No, we wouldn't need it, well,
That would be a special permit because it's an extension of a pre-existing non-conforming structure. Am I wrong about this?
You had, if he
I
had
don't
a
know. Do we have
variance
any record of any prior
on the steps?
petitions for relief on this?
oh yeah, the zoning board, we came to the zoning board many years ago.
Or
and
before my time, because I don't remember.
course it was,
All right,
yes,
I'm going to
it was
ask you
back
just
in-
again,
I don't remember either.
so they can
Was-
pick it up for
was
the
I there?
audio.
No.
Oh, so that must have been like over 20 years.
It was probably about 15 years ago, maybe.
The building is there already?
So that wasn't part of my packet to see whether or not there was any prior relief that was granted for this site.
There were,
And,
I think, yes.
This is what I usually go by.
Has there been any action taken by the Board of Appeals regarding this property? And it says no.
Well, any action taken, but it was, my understanding wasn't previous action.
I think it meant all action, any action.
But, I
previous
mean, you
or
can see
current.
the house, I just left a couple of more pictures there, it's pretty
Well, the
obvious.
pictures are fine, it's just that you're here with a plan that shows you you're 6.7 feet from Cleveland Street, and you're here requesting a variance for relief from two things. One is the setback requirements, and it specifically says from 20 feet to 6.7 on Cleveland Street. And
And the lot coverage.
the lot coverage. The lot coverage I'm not so concerned about. Well, let's just see this. Let's see where,
Here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the board, eliminate the extension of the deck at this time, and I'll come back later if I need it.
okay, so when you say eliminate the extension of the deck, it's just, we don't typically act unless we have a plan.
The plan's right there, just.
I understand that you may have
So
time
what
constraints, but
what I'm saying is that where the extension is on the deck,
Yeah,
you just
take
eliminate
a
right here.
corner. Okay, no, this corner out, okay.
No, what I'm saying is,
Oh, the
oh, get
entire?
rid of the entire, and just grant for the other part?
Yes.
Oh, I can do that.
yes.
If that's where things are gonna go, I still have to hear the public comment. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that's, would like to come forward and either provide any comments in opposition or in support of this project? Again, I'm gonna reiterate, is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and speak as to any concerns that they have either in opposition or in support of this project? All right, so I can report to our viewers at home, there's no one even raising a hand or coming forward. So, gentlemen,
This is gonna reduce his lot coverage too, so.
Right.
I wanna put.
there's a lot
just
to be
wanna-
said here. So my problem is this, I don't have any findings that I prepared on this because I wanted to go and take a look at this project. I am inundated with the next two cases that we have, one of them being your case as well, which has been going on for a long time, and there's another big one coming soon. And when I say soon, like within the next half hour to hour. So, I'm not prepared to make any decisions here today. I am prepared that if you want to put together a proposed decision, and that's assuming that these board members are okay. I think what he's trying to do is, given his time constraints, he's
Yes.
willing to put aside the proposed porch expansion. So if there was any granting of this, it would be strictly for the proposed one-story addition.
Correct. That's all I'm asking for now.
Well, if you do that, I would ask you to come back on the 22nd.
I'm not here, sorry. So why can't you approve the small addition to the kitchen?
Because I don't do it that way, because what we do is we actually put together.
All other people that have come for
Not this board, not this board. This board provides an extensive set of findings to support where it's at, and then rationale. It goes through 48 Section 10 rationale, and then provides verbiage that explains what our thought process was as to how we arrived at that conclusion. Now, I know other boards will just give a blanket approval with no justification. We've never done that. I know that since I've been on this board, we haven't done it.
I've been here when people recently have asked for a small,
They made a
exception.
small, the relief.
This is small,
or
it's
not.
not, it's 9 by 4, it's not even, we're asking for 11.5, it's 9,
Not doing
it's
yourself
9 by
any
4, it's
favor.
9 by
You're not doing
14.
yourself any favors by trying to make that argument with me. Just being upfront with you.
Well, if you want to come by and take a look, you can come by and take a look, but I don't see
Well,
where I have to.
I was planning on doing that as well.
Okay, but I don't see where I would have to make your findings and that sort of thing. I'm not an attorney, I'm not gonna,
So
go ahead.
you don't want to prepare them? Because
No.
you're not a lawyer, I will prepare them, but you may not be on for the 22nd. You might be on for sometime in February. And there's nothing stopping you from hiring a lawyer, and that'd be fine. If you want to come forward with some draft decision, you can do so for the 22nd, if otherwise it's going to be on the 8th. When's the next date on the 8th? February 8th? I mean in February. Is it the 8th? I meant to say February. I don't even
That
know.
would just deny me, that would just deny me the ability to do exactly what I want. And I'm paying a lot of money in taxes, and I don't understand, I
We're
don't
all paying a
understand.
lot of money in taxes, Mr.
Well,
Cussin.
I
And that's a
expect to be-
sensitive
I
issue for me
expect-
right now.
I-
Since
I
December
expect to
31st,
be
it's been very
I-
sensitive with me.
Sorry. I expect, this is not a big issue, and you're making it a big issue.
Okay. So, no. We can vote to deny it too. So
Go
there are a
ahead.
lot of things, we have options. We can either vote and deny it today if we want to deny it, or if you want to approve it, then we come back for a decision, because I don't have one here, and I'm not going to have him brown-nose me to actually come forward, all right? He's not going to browbeat me here to come forward and put something together.
That's not my
right now.
intent. My intent,
Well, it certainly seems that way,
no, but
right? I'm here.
Mr.
right?
Chairman, I've
We're
been
all
trying to do-
volunteers.
I've
No,
been
no,
trying
hold
to
on.
do this
You're gonna
since
listen- I've been
November.
listening to you. You're going to listen to me.
Sorry.
We're all volunteers.
I understand.
You're asking for relief. Relief that we have to find rationale, right? Under 48, Section 10, we have to find rationale to support it. Something we've been doing, I've been doing for 10 years here. And now you're pushing me to do something because you have time constraints.
Correct.
All right. So now, I want to hear you.
If you don't give me the approval, then I won't be able to do the addition. I can't wait, sorry. Not your fault. I can't wait, only because I'm losing my contractor, and we're going to be out of town for a few months. So I don't have a problem if you want to make it subject to your approval of looking at the site, and maybe I can work with Christian or something to come up with some justification, because what we would be doing is possibly doing some work inside the house during that time.
All I can tell you is this. We have not voted on a single, right, a single petition in which we've not had a set of findings and also the legal rationale to support a variance under the statutory requirements. And
Well, the statutory requirements, are you telling me that
you're
one
gonna
of the
tell me what the
statutory requirements?
requirements are now? You're gonna tell me what the
No,
statutory
no,
requirements are?
no, I'm not, I would not do that.
Okay.
No, what I'm trying to say is that my understanding is you can't be a detriment to the neighborhood. That's one of the.
No, that's
That's
special,
not
that's
special
special permit.
permit.
Okay,
Special permit, this is a variance. There are 4 prongs, right? Some legal scholars will say that a variance is a legal fiction. So we try to be very, very creative here in trying to find
let me say
ways
something.
that are supported by the facts and by the law to reach these variances. So all I can tell you is this, I can put it on for the 22nd. If you don't want to put it on for the 22nd, then you can withdraw it, and you can withdraw it without prejudice.
Right.
all right.
Your engineer is here every week. All you have to do is just, Mr. Custer, revise the plan, because you have to, he has to revise the lot coverage, because your lot coverage is smaller now, I
Right.
think 1%, whatever. But we have to reference a plan, and we have to reference
understand.
numbers.
I understand that.
Yeah, we've been doing this for 20 years, this is the way to do it, and we're not, and we're trying to accommodate you by saying, well, get it fast, and we'll be here, we'll take you next week, and again, I don't think we're being difficult at all, but so.
I understand you're not trying to be difficult. I'm just, is my own problem in that, my time constraint. But if we can go to the 22nd, I guess we'd have to do that.
I'll entertain a motion, gentlemen.
For me, I make a motion that we continue variance case ZAV-25-12 for 1 Cleveland Street to January 22, 2026 at 5 o'clock.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Mr. Cussin, I'll see you on the 22nd.
You won't see me.
All right, well, I'll see someone on the 22nd.
Yes, thank you.
And, Mr. Cussin, I would like to go by there, so.
I'm sorry?
I would like to go by there to look at the corner.
Stop by.
So, do I need to announce, or can I just walk around the sidewalk?
You can
and
just
take a
walk
look?
around and say, yeah,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
But I understand you're eliminating the
Well, I'm going to check
porch,
with, I'm
right?
going to check with Christian now as to what we can do to maybe take
Follow
away
the-
that
yeah,
site distance
that's all.
and change the deck a little bit so we won't need,
It would look nice with that corner,
I think that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, folks. So, actually, it's already 6:30, huh? Moving on to the next matter that's on the agenda. It's comprehensive permit ZCMP 25-1, which was continued from December 4th of 2025 The petitioner applicant's Mr. Paul Cusson. The owner is Bliss Investors LLC. The subject property is 970 Tucker Road. It's map 46, Lot 2, located in the Single Residence B District. We've already gone over the advertisement. This is the continuation of the 40B case. Most of the people that are in the audience are well aware of this case. It's been going on for almost 6 months now.
Delaware.
I'm going to kindly ask that we just keep it down to a low rumble. We are in session. Yes. I already told him. Oh, where's my stuff? Susan. Susan? I don't have a copy of it. Excuse me, folks, we are in session.
Didn't come until today because things kept moving, but you should have this.
I have it, but I had it. I looked at it this afternoon, but I don't have it here. Where's Michelle? Is she not here?
Sure.
She's getting some material.
All right, are we gonna go, are we gonna take a recess? All right, the board's gonna take a short recess. We're back on record. So I just want to make it clear, I know there are a lot of people in the audience, and I don't think that everyone's here for the case that's before us right now. So the one that we have, and we just reopened because it's a continued case, is the 970 Tucker Road. This is the Hawthorne, the former Hawthorne Country Club site. That's what we're actually working on now. And if you've been to, and I see familiar faces here, so you've been to some of the prior meetings, we've been dealing with all the peer review experts in providing us information, either to verify some of the representations that are being made by the applicant, or to provide us explanation to answer the questions that many of you have, sometimes some of us have, with regard to the project site, how it's going to impact maybe water, how it's going to impact traffic. Those are all things. So tonight, we're at the point where we're dealing with stormwater. And it's called also the civil site plan review, but it's stormwater review. And the expert for the petitioner in this is Mr. Farland. So I'm going to give him the floor so that he can explain to us maybe what's changed since the last time they came before us. Maybe things have gotten better in the sense of, the impact on the water flow or whatever it may be, but I leave it to him to explain to us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we do that, I just want to clean up some previous business, and that is, we were asked to take a look at the ability for the fire department to make access
Yes,
onto...
I have that, but I have that further along.
I have some additional information I'd like to
Submit to us?
to submit and discuss.
All right.
I'll just raise it, then you can take it.
I'd rather not do that right now, if that's okay. I want to go to him because we have an expert here that's going to also provide us some comments.
Thank you.
We could do that. Thank you, though. But I do have it here on the list.
But I'd like to...
I will
be
give you an
sure we-
opportunity. I
thank
will
you.
give you an opportunity,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay? Mr. Farland, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Christian Fowland, Principal Engineer and President of Fowland Corp. Here tonight representing the applicant. Prior to the submittal of the revised set of plans and stormwater calculations, we did have a chance to meet with the town peer review consultant. This was before the holiday break. We went over, the detailed game plan of how we were going to approach the comments that were made by the consultant. Considering this is a 40B project, design plans are 100% yet, and the plans do have to go in front of the Conservation Commission, which their jurisdiction is going to be the stormwater. The stormwater design has to meet DEP stormwater requirements. That's something we can't ask for waivers from. That's something that we have to comply with. Just so the abutters are made well aware of that. So there's no leeway with waivers from the stormwater requirements. We did take a look at all the comments that were made. Several of the comments were things that could be addressed I like to call it post-approval of the zoning board, if the zoning board does approve the project, because a lot of the details may change. For instance, if we go from 100, right, currently we're at 138 building units. If for some reason the zoning board only grants 120 units, we lose some lots, stormwater calcs have to get regenerated. And just so you're made aware, redoing the stormwater calcs probably takes about a good 40 hours for an engineer to redo, even with a small minor tweak of a roadway or lot areas change, impervious areas change. For a project this size, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of work that shouldn't be burdened by the applicant at this point. The most important thing is the design itself with the stormwater basins. Now, I can tell you the stormwater basins, we designed them very conservatively. We looked at the area down gradient, and those basins are maximized right now for the development. If the development does get reduced, the basins would get reduced. So they're definitely, when you look at the pre and the post, runoff numbers, the post-development right now is significantly less than the pre-development. And that's because of the size of the basins, how we designed everything. So certainly, when I tell you that this, my main goal is, and my expertise is stormwater, I take that into account, and from all the years I've been doing engineering, I've never seen one of my stormwater basins fail. So there's a lot of conservative numbers that go into these stormwater calculations to assure that this project will have the same result as well. We do know that the town of Dartmouth does have some more stringent regulations than the state. We did update, as the board requested and the town peer review consultant requested of us to update the waiver request. We did submit a revised one, and we did further peer review consultant give a good breakdown of an Excel spreadsheet with some clarification of if it's a waiver, complete waiver, or if it's a waiver right now during the ZBA submittal and something we would be addressing later on, such as during the Conservation Commission permitting, that we would put that as a post-approval waiver. A good example of that, I know you may understand some of it, but catch basin grate capacity, that's something that we haven't done right now. It's not really, I don't think it's important to the board to make your approval to vote on. If we need to add another catch basin, it's not really going to be a big ordeal. It doesn't change the size of the stormwater basins. It doesn't change the number of units that we're proposing. It doesn't change the density or the traffic. So there's things like that we kind of worked on with the consultant, and as engineers, we hopefully agree around the same page, and I hope the board can understand some of that as well. That goes into the size of this project. Because for us to do that right now, it's just if things get changed, it's just a lot more work that we would have to continue to do repeatedly. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if you want, I'll be glad to go over the comments. I'll be glad to go over the peer review. But we did prepare a response letter, which was 45 pages long. It would take me over an hour to go.
No,
in
we don't need
detail
to
with
do all that, but one of
The
the main
majority
questions.
of the, majority of the stuff that we revise is really technical. The plans themselves haven't changed much.
That was my question.
Yeah.
For the abutters, they wouldn't know the difference. The big thing that we did look at, which I think the abutters were concerned with, was the drainage on the northerly side. I know one of the abutters had a concern with a stream coming down with water. What the peer review consultant wanted us to do is break out a design point with the water that's going directly towards them in the pre-condition, and then evaluate it in the post-condition. So we did add a design point, and the calculations demonstrated that there is actually less water going there after this project would be built than what's currently going there now. That's what we do as engineers, that's our goal. So they could be assured that as long as this gets built per the plans, that would be the case. It would be actually an improvement to what they have currently. We looked at that. Another one of the comments were the irrigation pond that's on site that was used for irrigation for the golf course. We didn't evaluate that during the preconditions just because I didn't think it was going to hold much water, and I didn't think it would be necessary. However, we did evaluate it per the peer review consultant's comments, and it was determined that that didn't change anything. It was also determined that that area is not under jurisdiction of Mass State Wetland Protection Act. We did provide the notice of intent filing, which was originally done on this project, which approved the wetland boundary. And that wetland line, as I previously stated in other meetings, is good until March 2026. So we're not too concerned with that wetland boundary. Wetlands really don't change much over time, especially when you have a property that hasn't changed. So we're not too concerned with that. Most importantly, we've done I think, a great job keeping as much of the work outside the 100-foot buffer as possible. Certainly, you'll see other 40B projects throughout the state, some that are presented to the town presently. There's a lot of work within that 100-foot buffer zone. And I'm not just talking stormwater, I'm talking buildings, pervious pavement. So this project, there's no impervious pavement, there's no buildings within 100 feet of the wetlands. The only work we have is some grading in the stormwater facilities, which it makes sense to have them close to the wetlands. That's really all I had on stormwater. I do want to add, I'm not sure your agenda, I could stop here, or I can just touch real quickly on wastewater and water. But that's up to you, if you want me to
No,
continue.
I have that later on.
Okay.
At this point, I think we're going to be, well, there's a couple things we could touch upon now if you wanted to, about any landscaping design and, tree lines and any type of retaining walls, where those going to be located so that people can get a better sense as to what the visual impact might be as an immediate abutter.
Sure.
Is any of that on that plan?
Currently, the plan that you see here is very similar to the landscaping plan. There will be street trees throughout the entire development, which is typical of a residential subdivision. The details that we don't have is landscaping that would be involved in the community building. The community building design is really conceptual right now, so there will be landscaping around the entire community building. There will also be landscaping at every one of these houses, just as you would typically see in a residential development. As far as screening goes, how we typically like to work projects like this is we like to work with the abutters. Some abutters like a stockade fence. Some abutters rather see Leyland cypress, which are like arborvitaes, but they're a little bit better. The deer don't attack them. So that's really where we're open to that discussion with some abutters. I know there's several abutters along Tucker Road and along to the property to the south. They may like that open view of seeing the land. So we don't have anything set in stone for that, is what I'm trying to get to. But if there's something that abutters rather see, we surely would try to appease them.
If there's no actual landscape plan that's been submitted for the board to review, then, I mean, I don't know where, is there?
There is.
There has been.
Yeah, there is.
So can you not share it?
Oh, I can, yeah, sure.
Because I was going to say,
I was gonna say, I mean, this
there's
plan
going to be a
right-
lot of conditions about landscaping and screening that will be written up by the board if they don't have a plan to work from.
You can
I'm
see
just
the,
saying
you
this
can
plan
see
right here is
the, you can
probably
see
the
the
best
screening, you
one.
can see the, I'm sorry.
One at a time, that's all.
Sorry.
This plan here is probably the best one for them to see.
Right.
Because they can visualize it. I can go to the plan set, which might be more difficult to see.
Whatever
But
you
certainly that
prefer.
was part of the plan set.
Right. Mr. Cussin, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Christian, I think it'd be helpful to show, we show buffers on that particular plan, all along Tucker Road, the houses in back of Tucker Road, and that's on this plan. We also submitted a landscape plan for the community building, the turnaround that's going there, the pool, all of those things. So on the large plan, you can see what is being proposed as buffers, and I would consider that to be the landscape plan. It's a plan, typically you'd be looking at a plan like Christian has right there.
This is sheet 9, which is part of the landscape plan. It also has a landscape table, which has the plantings that we have proposed. So this is along the houses. This is the proposed landscape screening along the houses along Tucker Road. These plantings are every 10 feet apart.
Actually, the questions have to come through me. Sorry, it's okay. We'll get there.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Leland cypress, these are planted 4.5 to 6.5 feet tall, and these grow approximately 3 feet a year. So these would, again, the preference of the owners that buy these lots, they may keep them at 10 feet. They could let these things grow to 15 to 30 feet if they wanted to. So that's what we proposed along the edge of the property line.
What about like with the sidewalk areas? Are they going to be partly paved? Are they going to be grass? And I presume there's, what, one tree in front of each house?
There is at least one tree in front of every house. Some of them may have 2. You can see here, these are all the trees that we proposed, and these are the same trees that are part of Dartmouth's specific trees that they request at the planning board level. And these trees are planted at 12 feet in height.
You're talking about the ones in front of the houses?
One in front of the houses, yeah.
So, and they're very slow growers?
Yeah, we got silver maple, American elm, and linden.
Okay. So that plan has already been submitted to us, correct? I
Yeah.
haven't seen that plan. Maybe I just failed to look at it, but it's been submitted.
Yeah, there's a total of 34 plans in the complete set. All the plans at this level right now are probably 90% drawings.
So all of the issues that you addressed with our peer review person, they were provided to him when?
The plans were provided on Wednesday. We did provide him a draft of our response letter before vacation. So we're not anticipating him to obviously have a response. But we provided as quickly as we possible. We had vacation break with the holidays. My office was closed for 2 weeks.
I understand that. I'm not looking for an explanation. I get it. I just want to make sure that they had an opportunity, but if they didn't, but I'd at least like to hear from them at some point. Does any members of the board have any questions at this time, based on what's been provided to us?
No, Mr. Chair, I think we leave it up to the peer review to
Yeah,
go
that's
through
what I'm
the,
expecting to do as well. Nothing? All right.
Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
Just because as we're going along over the hearings, I've just been trying to take notes so that for when, and so since you're getting kind of further along here and they're saying they're close to done with what they're submitting, on the retaining walls, if they could just show where they are,
The plan.
the height of them, and then where is the drop off towards the site or away from the site, and so just in case the board needs conditions related to
I
safety.
don't even know if those are on this plan or if they're on another plan.
I can show. They're not in this plan. This is just the landscaping plan. Are you good with the landscaping plan, Council? Would you want me to go around the perimeter of the
No,
property?
I mean, unless the board or other people do, these are just things that the board's covering that maybe haven't
Okay.
been discussed at the meeting before.
Sure. So there is a retaining wall that is down near East River. I think it's road. So this retaining wall here,
I'm sorry, what sheet is that on?
so this would be,
I'm
flip.
sorry, didn't mean to
It's okay.
interject.
No, no,
Okay.
listen, I have
So,
no problem with that.
Can
No
you see
objection
my,
to you
can you see
cutting
my
it,
mouse?
okay?
So this retaining wall is in this area here.
That's on the north side of the site?
Yeah, keep in mind, this is a 100-foot buffer already that the town owns in between our property and the closest abutter.
Okay.
So the down gradient site is after the wall. So this is about going down, yeah. So this-
How high?
This drops down. The max height of this wall, I believe, is about 12 feet. And it just slopes, it goes right down to nothing here.
So the only question I would have is if the board, from a safety perspective, is there going to be a fence on the retaining, something to keep someone from going over a 12-foot wall, children running around playing or that type of thing, so.
I could, Mr. Chairman, if I may, anything higher than 4 feet, there would be a fence above that, especially with the house being right behind the wall right behind the house here. And we have, these are conditions that we can make up as we progress closer to the decision. That was one wall there. There is another wall. So these are walls here that are behind, not really, they're on our property. These would be down in this area here. Because this grade slopes down, where am I? Right in this area here. So to get this roadway in, we had to cut this area down here. And these walls aren't as high, most likely like 8 feet in height. Again, I would say anything higher than 4 feet, we most likely would have a fence. There's some internal walls that really are probably a max of about 4 feet. And that's really it for the walls. I would say the biggest wall would be on that one corner up in this area here.
Is there a detail as to how these are gonna be built?
These would be, anything higher than 4 feet most likely would be Ready Rock. They're the big block stone walls. Pretty typical, you see throughout any engineering. Again, they're not finalized yet, but we could add that detail to the plan if the board wants to see it. And we can certainly show a fence on it as well. But again, these details really, we don't put these details in place yet because the lots may change. If the lots change, then maybe we wouldn't even need that wall. For instance, if we didn't build this lot, we may be able to grade down 3 to 1 and we may not need the wall. So
All righty. Anyone else have any questions?
No?
All right. Well, we're gonna call upon Mr. Mark Gabriel to come forward and provide us, if he's here this evening. Oh, here he is. We do have an understanding that you didn't get a lot of the information other than some sort of a plan sometime just before the holiday, and I don't count the holiday week, so I get that. So what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, for the record, Mark Gabriel with Niche Engineering, civil site and stormwater peer review engineer for the town of Dartmouth. So what can I tell us? Yes, just a small correction there. We got the full submission last night. So plans, stormwater report, and today we got the updated waiver list. And as Chris mentioned, though, we did converse actually a couple of times before break, which was good. got to go over any questions that he had on the peer review comments that we submitted, kind of got an understanding where he was going with the waivers. Corresponded with him a few times over email, too, to make sure that we continue to help the process move along. I got a lot of data to look at, and I will be looking at that in the couple of weeks to come. As you've heard from Mr. Farland, there'll be a lot of the comments are just going to be post-approval. They'll be getting on the final plans later on. And I did peek through the letter. A lot of the stormwater comments he had started to address already in the revised stormwater report. So I'll be looking at those calculations to make sure they jive with the comments that we had given before.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions of this gentleman at this point?
No, I have
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Farah? All right. So, I guess we can move on to water and sewer. What can you tell us, Mr. Farland, about, I understand that you, they submitted a peer review, but you may not have had an opportunity. Maybe you can just update us as to where we are.
Sure. Again, as far as the, Stan Tech is the peer review for the wastewater and water. I don't know if they're here tonight or not.
They're here.
But we started working with them probably over a month ago. We provided the information that they requested. I think we are, from there, I did breeze through their revised letter, which I think was uploaded today. And
So maybe I should have started with them first on this, to have them tell me what it is that they're at, and then,
yeah, I mean, it seems like they did the review. I think the most important thing is there's enough capacity in the wastewater, which is important, and there's enough water. Those are the two big things we're worried about here. There are some details in regards to some inverts being changed. Everything in this report I pretty much agree with. The only thing we may have a little work to do is with the sewer easement, as far as, what we can do and can't do in that easement.
based on the placement of what you have for retention ponds in that easement area?
The retention ponds, all the retention ponds are outside the easement. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's no infiltration from the existing sewer line that's going to go into the stormwater basins. So those details, I think we can work out. So I think we're in good shape, but I'll let the peer review consultant speak on their report.
Thank you. Mr., if I can read it here, Mr. Carlson, correct?
Kirk Carlson, Stantec Engineers. Kirk Carlson, Stantec Engineering. We did the peer review for the water and wastewater. I'm here as the wastewater engineer. My colleague, Ryan Stackpole, couldn't be here for the water side, but I'll try to cover those. As you said, yeah, most of these are just tweaks to the drawings, except for the stormwater detention basins. Our concern was not so much that the basin was in the easement, but the sloping for the basement takes the easement out. That easement has to remain level so that they can access vehicles if something should happen to that pipe, and it has to be serviced. So
Is it actually level? That area now is a level area?
it's level. Currently, it's level, or it should be level. It was.
And that's a sewer pipe that actually serves a large part, or is that a drainage pipe?
Correct. It's a 27-inch reinforced concrete sewer. It's a very large one, major.
And it collects the sewer from the northern part of
Northern
town?
part, yes.
And where does it go? Directly to the sewage treatment facility?
Pretty much. There's the one other bigger pipe that all collects in from the eastern side of town, comes together. It's like, I think it's 36, I'm not sure, 36. And then it flows into the plant. But it's very close to the headworks of the plant.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Barber is here, and there may be a plan that may be able to show you on the screen in a little while that will show what he's describing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the plan up right now is actually the easement. And I'll be glad to walk through that entire easement area. keep in mind, there's definitely areas now that have the same slope that we're proposing. I think the most important thing we did is to make sure that where all the sewer manholes are, there's no grading that changed around all the sewer manholes. I think that was the most important thing. And the access will still be as it currently is. They'll be able to access this sewer. I mean, there may be a couple areas that we can look at. But again, I don't think it's certainly not a deal breaker. We certainly don't plan on changing the location of the stormwater basins. But again, I think we can work as we have on this project and many other projects with Stantec and Tim Barber to make sure that they're satisfied. But I would like to, since we have them here, if we can just walk through the easement, just to look at the areas, that would be great.
Yeah, I think they have one that they've put color on, and that might be easier to see. So I don't know. Do you have that as a slide that could be put?
I don't think it would be easier to see,
yeah,
to be honest, but.
I know, Mark, do you have it?
I have it on my computer. I can hook it up if you'd like to.
Would, Mr. Chair, would you like to see that? Mr.
I'm
Gabriel
sure
has taken it and actually highlighted it in color so that it's very clear to see where the sewer line is running through.
I think I saw that, but I think it's important that the people that are here get to see that as well, and the viewers at home. Wherever it's easiest for you. I think the wire's over that way. But while you're doing that, I'm going to ask Mr. Carlson, if I could, a couple of questions. So you've obviously reviewed their proposal, and
Correct.
you've made some comments.
Yes.
And so is there anything you can elaborate further so that the people here have a better understanding as to whether or not what they're proposing here with this project, as it impacts its demand on the water, clean water source, and also wastewater?
What we reviewed, there is sufficient capacity in that interceptor, but we did not evaluate what the impact
If
would
I
be.
could ask you just to speak a little louder, I don't hear very well, I'm sorry. So,
All right.
So as far as the demand on the public drinking water source, there's sufficient capacity to serve 138 units?
That was the conclusion, yes. So
And what about the wastewater part of it?
wastewater, yes, there is enough capacity in that intercepting sewer to accept the flow.
And where would the connection point be that's proposed?
There's several manholes along that where they just connect into the closest one. I think there's 3 connection points along the intercepting sewer pretty much is the flows along.
So is one of the connection points along Tucker Road?
No, the sewer is in an easement behind.
So
the
they're going to
development,
connect
close
there,
to the
the
wetlands.
connection point is there?
Right. Yeah, the sewer is going cross-country in that area behind. It went through the old, what was it, a country club?
Country club,
It went
yes.
through the country club.
Okay. And it just, that runs from north to south along the country?
Yes.
Along that
That's
pro-
correct,
okay.
yeah.
I didn't mean to break it.
They can't get it to connect.
I've got something up on the screen there. Oh. That's us now.
I have the water.
I promise you there was something different. There was a plan there.
Oh, yeah.
Came up. Oops. Jacket's on fire.
Oh, thank you. No, that's okay. Oh, sorry.
Well, I guess we could move along. If we need
Sure.
Mr. Carlson to come back, we can always ask you just to answer any questions we may have. Is there something else you wanted to speak to us about?
Well, the water side, I guess the total pressure from the model was below the Mass DEP guidelines, so that confirmed the acceptance of that.
Can you explain that to me, layman's terms, please?
Layman's terms, we did the computer modeling, and the pressure readings in the street, although sufficient, were below DEP guidelines. So
So
that's
as it stands now,
recommendation
on
5.
Tucker Road, is that what you're saying?
Yes, in the 8-inch water main, the cast iron water main.
Okay. Are you suggesting that something needs to improve?
No, just an approval that's okay.
All right, so it doesn't meet DEP guidelines as it stands now?
Right.
All right. But is that going to impact the system at large with 137 units being built?
We do not think so. The other thing that we needed was written confirmation that confirm no additional water demands beyond those shown, so like irrigation or something like that. That would change the conclusion. So
Calculations.
Calculations, that needs to be submitted as well.
I believe you did touch upon that before, but... All right, just so I can move things along, I'm going to ask Mr. Barber to come forward, because I'm sure he wants to explain to us some of his concerns with regard to maybe wastewater.
Good evening, Tim Barber, Director of Public Works.
Good evening, Mr. Barber. Unfortunately, I know you submitted this on 1/6, but I've not seen your memo as of yet, so I will look at it, but I didn't have the benefit of having read that prior to your presentation, so if you could just keep that in mind.
Yeah, at the time, we weren't sure whether Stantec was going to be attending the meeting, and there were a couple comments that we wanted to make, including the stormwater detention basins being placed over the sewer easement.
But I just heard, I believe I heard from that
We'll
those were
just-
going to be outside of that easement area.
Yeah, we'll further discuss that to work on their grading outside of the easement area.
So when you say that, that's moving forward with the project, that you would have discussions with Mr. Farland, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you foresee any difficulty in them being able to still move forward with the project if they move these detention ponds outside of the easement area?
I don't if they agree that that can be worked out. Yeah, we're looking for, the easements are designed over the sewer crossings to be able to access for future maintenance and repairs. So when we're looking at access, we need to be able to bring vehicles through there and machinery to be able to work on any operation and maintenance issues that are needed to be worked on. So if the access isn't there, if the slopes are too steep, our vehicles and equipment can't access it. So we're just looking for, that access to be maintained.
And right now, you guys access it from that 100-foot buffer that he spoke about on the northern part of this property, that borders the northern portion of this property?
We would access it from different points along the easement.
Okay. But that would be one of them?
Yes.
All right.
Are there other? Okay.
Good whenever, Mr. Chair.
Other comments included just cleaning up some of the plans. Some of the plans were tougher to read. Some of the line weights and shading over the layout plan, where normally you'll see utility plans, specifically sewer and water, which are bold, and then the drainage design on those plans would be a lighter shade, where you have your drainage and grading plans, which are which is specific to that, and the sewer and the water utility plan should be specific and highlight the water and sewer.
Is there anything else you want to share with us?
No, just I think there's some cleanup of the plans and the details to confirm that all the details in the plans meet DPW specifications and the rules and regulations of the sewer and water installation.
Well, in fairness to them, they've explained as to why that hasn't happened.
Correct.
Because of the fact that we're still trying to discuss, there have been changes. So this started, I think, at 147 units, we're down to 138.
Yeah.
But they are, I think at one point it was represented that they're 70% complete, if that number's correct.
Yep.
That their plans were somewhere around 70, maybe they're a little closer, I don't know. But they would start to finite that as we move forward, and the comments start to sort of shrink, if you will.
Correct.
All right.
As far as capacity,
Yes.
Stantec has stated that there is capacity within the intercepting sewer, the 27-inch intercepting sewer.
And what does that mean?
So the direct connection to that main below their site, that's in that 30-foot easement, currently has capacity to accept the flows from the development.
So the pipe has
The
capacity.
pipe has capacity.
But how does that affect the capacity down the road to the sewage treatment plant?
Correct. So the treatment plant is impacted by additional flows, which will push the capacity up towards that 80%, with other capacities like biochemical oxygen demand treatment up over the 80% as well. So the more flows, obviously, the more impact on the percent of capacity that's left at the treatment plant.
All right.
As far as water, they looked at I think a 1 to 2% pressure drop in Tucker Road, so it's not a high drop. There was question that whether or not there'll be additional demand on the site, if they will have any irrigation or any other water use. So that should be looked at as well.
Gentlemen, any questions of Mr. Tim Barber?
No, that's all clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So can I just ask a question? Because as I'm, like I
You're
said,
gonna
I'm.
speak a little louder for me, Susan,
I'm sorry. Just because I'm trying to refine a list for the board to consider later. When it says no additional water sources, so right now, it's however many homes, and has the water from the community center building been factored into that? Yeah, so, okay, so additional sources would be anything like, you were saying, no irrigation on any of the lots? Would you say that, right? I just want to, if you could provide a list of things that should not be added. Would it be pools? Would it be irrigation? Like, what types of things would be restricted?
Yeah, well, typically a pool wouldn't be drawing, constant
okay.
water, but irrigation would. So if it's
Irrigation,
planned for
okay.
irrigation throughout the development, then that should be in the plans and specified for the amount of water that's proposed to be drawn to complete the calculation further.
Well, we always want these things to look nice. Summertime can be brutal, right?
We are going to want the availability to have sprinkler systems, so we're not going to want that as a condition that it can't be.
Well, okay, but, so, that's a question,
If
right?
I
from
may
Mr.
just interject. So flow and pressure are two different things.
Correct.
All right. So pressure drop is one thing. The amount of flow sufficient to feed an irrigation system is something else.
Correct.
And flow is much more difficult to correct than it is to correct pressure.
Yes. So, there's sufficient supply within the infrastructure to supply the facility. It creates more demand, more peak demand, which costs more money as we need to purchase more water from supplemental sources. But the pressure drop is related to the amount of draw. So that also, if the more known water demand, the better the calculations are, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you, then I might talk to Mr. Barber and to the Stantec representatives about an appropriate condition that if they wish to add additional water sources, what process they would have to go through with the DPW director, or whoever, before they can add those to confirm the impact. Something, I'm just talking off the cuff here. Mr. Farland has noted they don't want a prohibition condition, but then it seems there need to be a condition about review potentially before that happens.
Yep.
So, but we can work on that language if the board wishes.
It's also recommended at, even throughout the development that a water line is looped for redundancy and in volume and pressure. And it's also recommended to loop to another source as well. If that can't be done, then we understand, but it's
Have they already submitted a water line plan to you?
part of the utility plans. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Have you reviewed them yourself?
Yes,
Is that part of what our peer review expert does as well?
correct.
And it meets the requirements?
It meets it meets the pressure requirements, and they had just asked for confirmation from the fire department that it meets the pressures throughout for fire suppression.
There was also something about fire hydrants on this particular site. Has that been discussed?
Yeah, so just maintaining fire hydrants at a minimum separation, basically minimum spacing, which standards around 500 feet, and water main inline valves at a maximum of 1,000 feet to maintain isolation. If repairs are needed, you can isolate the water main. So.
Right. I have a question. Yes. If 139 units went online tomorrow, does the town have enough treatment plant capacity?
You're saying the sewer treatment plant?
Sewer treatment.
So it would push the percentage, it would push the flow closer to the 80%.
We're not at 80% right now.
We're not at 80%. We do, a percentage of times we do exceed 80%. So basically that percentage would increase. The percentage of times that we do go over the 80%.
And that's usually with high rainfall events, right?
Yes.
Infiltration.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here now. I guess we can move on. You wanted to state something about this easement area, Mr. Farland?
Yes.
I think you already explained that you're going to be able to do something where you're going to have your detention ponds outside of that area.
Well, the detention ponds are outside the area.
Right.
I'll go through, this is the drawing that I believe, I'm not sure who did it.
Mr. Gabriel.
Yeah, can you bring that down so we can have a bigger view or make that smaller?
Well, the problem is, the more I go out, the less you're gonna see, because it's really, but I will if you want.
Okay. Just so we can get an overview right now, and then you can bring it back to a smaller size. Well, not like that.
It's not a perfect, just zooming in and out.
So we're looking at that big rectangle red area there?
So the red area is the areas that they questioned, that there's some grading in the easement area.
Okay.
So the easement area is the blue, which you can't really see, but in the green line is at the actual shore line, so it's not a straight line. There's angles in it.
All right. I'm going to interrupt you 1 second. I think Mr. Barber wants to provide a little clarification.
I'm just asking if the drawing can be rotated 90 degrees. It might be able to scale up a little bit.
You want to rotate it 90 degrees?
Yeah. Or, yeah, go. Yep. Might be able to zoom in a little more now.
All right. Thank you.
So the areas that they highlighted here in red, you'll see there's like black lines. That's our proposed grading. So what I wanted to do is just come across, start from one side and go across the other. There's no grading proposed. Within all the sewer manholes, the rims are all going to stay the same. Their access right now, I'm not sure how they access. I'm not sure how they access it. Tim, do you guys come from the abutting property? Because there's no easement from our property down to it. The property just goes parallel with the rear of the property.
Yeah, we can access from the abutting property
And when you
Okay.
say abutting on the north?
on the south.
On the south.
On the south.
Okay.
I don't think you can on the north, right?
That is the conservation easement, I believe.
But is it
But we
feasible?
can access.
Is it feasible to access it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So their only access point is this point on the south here, I believe. And I just want to make this a point that the slope in this area is the same as what we're proposing on the grading. If you ever have to access this line, and if you ever have to make a repair, you're going to need large excavation equipment. Excavation equipment will be able to maneuver along this line, whether the slope's 3-to-1, 5-to-1, or if it's flat. There's going to have to be excavation done there. There's nowhere in this easement language legally that says we can't grade in this easement area. Certainly, we can't put anything permanent houses in this area that would have to be removed. Counsel, do you want to say something? Because it looks like you're ready to jump out of your seat.
No,
All I did
before we
was-
get to her, just me when you're saying this, I know you're talking about equipment, heavy equipment, and I understand that it needs to be, they don't need to access level ground in order to get to where they need to be, but trucks do, and trucks sometimes need to service this, not just excavators, and trucks don't do well on slopes. We all know, especially when they're
Well,
dumping.
I will say right now, a truck won't be able to access this right now.
Okay, it may not, but if it
With
needs
the
a
easement.
repair, then we're gonna get things there. It's not gonna go there by helicopter.
I know. So my point is, a truck won't be able to get through, their only access right now is through this point here. A truck won't be able to get there unless an excavator goes and does a level area, which is off our property. So I'm just going to go real quick along this. We're not changing any of the grades along this entire area until we get to this red area here. Again, these are the proposed slopes, which are 3-to-1. This is the only area that's affected. If there's a condition that we have to keep this at the same percentage of the slope that's there, that's something we will do. But certainly, we're not going to have a level area
That's the center line.
for it. Again, the same thing, this is all along the slope. These circle things here, these are the sewer manholes. Again, we're not proposing any changes in that area. Then you're going along, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. So this is probably the most grading in this one area here. Again, these are 3-to-1 slope. This is a 3-to-1 slope. So I guess we can meet with DPW and see what the criteria is. It looks like it's about 4 to 5-to-1 slope currently. So if that's the case, then we may need to add, what we would do is basically add a wall and do that, keep that grading the way it is in that area. That's certainly something we can do.
All right.
Again, these details, it's not really a big deal. It's not rocket science we're doing here.
Attorney Murphy, I think you wanted to say something to me.
Yeah, I mean, the easement doesn't have to say you're not allowed to grade. You can't interfere with the peaceful enjoyment and use of the easement by the easement holder. In order to, it's not just a matter of access, that there'll be a grade and trucks get in there. Now you have a operating detention basin. The grading is relevant to the operation of the basin. And if they have to come in and replace a pipe, that means they're digging up the basin an
No,
easement
that's not
holder.
The basin is
They're digging
not,
up, may I
your point.
finish?
I'll let you make your comment. Let her
They're
finish your point.
digging up that portion of, with all the slope, all of that area, the slope, et cetera, where the pipe is, would have to get dug up on either side, right, of the pipe, to get to the pipe, relay, whatever Mr. Barber could speak to it better than I. But as an easement holder, if you disturb the dominant estate, the property owner's land, then you have to restore it. You could have potentially a lot higher cost to have to restore a basin than if you have existing condition where all you have to do is backfill, et cetera. So they're creating both increased difficulty for access, repair, replacement, and increasing the cost to the town of restoring the area afterwards. And, my intent was to speak with Mr. Barber, and as to what would be an acceptable, whether he is requesting a condition that they have to be completely outside of the easement with their basins, or whether there is some middle ground that he would feel is acceptable. But, this is a legal issue. This is not, the board can't waive the town's easement right. So that is something that, right, no, and I'm not suggesting you would. So it's a condition that I think that Mr. Barber would be involved in recommending the language that he would request from the board. Not tonight, but as you move forward.
Fair enough. Now, you wanted to say something.
yeah, I would just say, I think there's, again, we've worked with Tim on many projects. We don't see this being a major issue. We're talking about the fill that's over the line is probably, I think the worst case scenario, we had an additional 3 feet over the line. If you're gonna excavate down, the sewer line is about 6 feet. If you're excavating 6 feet or 9 feet, it's not the end of the world. Yes, it is a little more expense, but again, this easement is on our property. We do have the right to utilize it.
Okay. But there is topographical change in that area anyway, just
Correct.
naturally, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, the slope in that area, in most of the sewer line area, it's not flat. It's 4 to 1, 5 to 1. Where the max slope we have is 3 to 1. And again, I think we can keep it the same with a simple boulder wall.
Right.
A 2-foot wall would solve the issue we're talking about tonight.
You're not making it any worse anyways, in any case.
In any case, well, we're making it 3 to 1. in
But
some
that
cases.
means in those areas, and you're saying your sewer, your detention pond is over-designed anyway, so you can tweak it, so you'll be out of their system. Whatever you need to do, you need to tweak the plans to comply, right, to make it either better or not to make it worse, let's say.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine. All right. And those are details that you go through later, and you agreed that you want to do that, so.
Absolutely.
Right, so let's move to something else.
If Mr. Barber's happy with it, I'm sure that he can tell us what he may have concerns with if there's something that they can't come to agreement with. And then ultimately, we'll try to see if we can come to a resolution. Moving on to the next thing, I guess it's more of a legal issue. This has to do with the emergency access. Mr. Cusson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hope you understand, I have like a little note with agenda here that I need to follow. I didn't want you to get me out, because otherwise I'll forget. So I wanted to make sure we did it in order. Thank you.
At the last meeting and previous meeting, we were.
That was all uploaded. That was all uploaded to the portal, so it's already.
Looks at the plan, okay. So there were two, at the previous meeting and the meeting before that, we were asked to talk about Fairway Drive and whether or not the police and fire and all emergency vehicles had the right to use Fairway Drive in a case of emergency. So we have had 2 attorneys, and all of this, I have copies if you like, along with the plans that they've referenced to in what was uploaded. So there was a letter uploaded, a memo from Attorney Jay Talaman that.
Do you have that?
Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, let me give you copies.
When was that uploaded?
Monday.
So, what, you know, I'll summarize basically.
Yes, excuse me?
That's why you didn't get all the information, because it just came in.
That's okay, we don't get it. We can't make a decision on it, that's all.
You need to check the server and the pool.
Did you get it?
I don't have time to look at it.
I have a copy, thanks. Yeah, I printed, yeah, I got it. No, there was only one
This is
upload, Mr. Tallerman's, that's the only one I don't, no, we don't have, the other one wasn't uploaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
So our first task was to see what rights the emergency vehicles had to access Fairway Drive. In the memo that was written by Attorney Tallerman, states that, and I've highlighted all of the issues in what I just handed to you, that the applicant has the right, and the fire department has the right to use Fairway Drive. He made reference to a Massachusetts Appeals Court decision, and he also made reference to Mass Board of Fire Prevention Regulations. It's a CMR 527 CMR 1.7.16.1 that states that a fire department, emergency vehicles have access basically to go wherever they have to in order to address the emergency.
Which I don't disagree with.
Okay.
That's
What
really
you
not,
wanted-
but that's not the point, though. Right? We made a distinction here. This is a planned development which requires another means of access for emergency purposes.
Right.
This is not an emergency where we need to get to a house because there could be people in there, and now we need to trample on other people's property rights.
Right.
That gets set aside because it's an emergency
And
to
the fire-
for public safety.
And the fire department has asked us, and we've submitted a plan that shows where the emergency access would be. Christian, you might want to show that on the plan. So what we're, right on that plan right there that Christian has up on the screen, there's the main road, there's a cul-de-sac, and then there's a little road that goes right out on, with a gate, an emergency gate that the fire department has requested. And we'll work out the exact details of that type of gate, et cetera, to access Fairway Drive. But more important, but as important, there's also, as he did his investigation, that what happened in 1980, Dorothy Agai and William Schuler created a plan that showed the lots, and I've attached that plan to that memo.
Okay.
And then so Schuler and Agai owned the property that we have known as Hawthorne Country Club, and also the property to the south where the Agais developed the property. So all of that property was owned by Schuler and Agai. Then in 1980, there was a deed that was given to Corcoran, Mullins, and Jennison, and the plan is also attached. That showed that where the existing, what was known at that time as, right off of Fairway Drive, that shows where the existing condominium that was built back in the early 80s, in which there are, I think, 18 housing units. They reserved all their rights. So it says reserve onto the grantors, and they're here as executives, administrators, successors, and assigns an easement over, across, and under said Fairway Drive for access to and egress from Tucker Road. So in doing our research, we found that we could use that, in my opinion, as a secondary means of egress. That's not our intent. That's not our intent. Our intent is to keep it as an emergency access. And then we asked Attorney John Matthew, and he comes to the same conclusion. So based on both of these lawyers and the attorneys can talk to each other about any questions your counsel may have. But it's my opinion that we, the applicant, would have access to Fairway Drive out to Tucker Road for a means of egress, and they reserve that right when Agai and Schuler sold the property to Corcoran, Mullins, and Jennison, part of the property. But there again, that's not our intent. Our intent is to keep it as an emergency egress as recommended by the fire chief. And there was an upload again by the fire chief that talked a little bit about what he wanted. So at the direction of the board, we did the
Well,
research.
thank you for that, but I just need to confirm. I obviously haven't plotted this out, but this deed that you're referencing, Book 1815, page 676.
Yep.
The one that comes from Schuler and Agai.
Correct.
To Corcoran, Mullins, and Jennison.
Correct.
What parcel does that actually plot out to? Is that the parcel, is that the entire,
No, if you,
Original Form, it was original Form A.
just one at a time?
That was done, that has the 132.82 feet of frontage along Fairway Drive.
I'm not sure, I don't follow. So there's a plan that you provided me.
and then from that.
No, you don't have to come. All right, well, but I just want to, but my question is, this parcel that's referenced in here, in this deed, is what parcel here?
No, it's not. It's on the smaller plan.
Okay, it's on a smaller one. You
It's
think
on
is that-
the-
Let me see the smaller one. She's referring to the smaller one. Which one is it on the smaller one? That one there, okay.
What's happening on this plan?
It's the Northfield Lane neighborhood.
Okay, fair enough. Can I hold on to this? Thank you.
Part of the-
All right. Oh, yeah, it's here. Thank you. Well, you did submit this just on Tuesday, so I didn't have an opportunity to look at it. All right, fair enough.
Well, we just got a bit of a task to do this task. And, yes, so we just have submitted that.
So obviously, I want to look at this. Susan,
Yeah,
any
so-
comments on this?
Yeah, I have a few comments, Mr. Chair. So I just want to start with the general statement that it's not the purview of a zoning board of appeals to make determinations of rights under title, right? That's not your purview as the general rule. So the question, ultimately, the question as to whether or not they have legal rights to access Fairway Drive is a private property issue between the actual owners of Fairway Drive, which are on the, one on the condominiums, and then they are shared rights, and this property owner. I will note that I looked at all of this right after the last meeting, and, what happened is, and it's even discussed in Attorney Matthews' email, there was a lot of land, right? There's where the golf course is now, and then next door, and I apologize because public can't see all this, it's very small on this plan, but that's parcel A, that's what we're dealing with now. Parcel B, and I apologize to you all because it's very small, parcel B was all this other land below where you now have the, and I'm sorry, I don't have, Northfield Lane, I think, is that right? The Northfield Lane neighborhood, and then there's all these other developments that happened further down on parcel B, right? Over time.
Right.
Yeah, off of Fairway Drive. So what happens is the first deed out from Agai, as Mr. Cusson mentioned, is only the little piece right here, which they call B1 because all of this, where all the development is, was parcel B, so it became B1. And they did reserve an easement, so we can acknowledge that. But they didn't even need to reserve an easement because they still owned Fairway Drive and all the land around where Northfield Lane was going. So they reserved it, but they didn't even have to because they already owned all of the other land around this little parcel. However, subsequently, they then conveyed all of the rest of the land of parcel B, including the fee to Fairway Drive, to a different third party and did not reserve any easements in the roadway. So, and that's what Mr. Matthews says, the reservation was not mentioned again in the next deed. So I'm not giving a legal opinion. What I'm saying is I believe there's a question of fact here, but it's not the board's to determine. If the owners of Fairway Drive believe that the golf course property do not have access rights, they will have to be the ones to assert it. If there is a question here, and I believe some of the neighbors who live off Fairway Drive have raised that question, then there is language that I might suggest to the board as a condition. So I'll just go to the next point first. As far as the fire chief saying, if you build a fire, an emergency road, this is what should it look like, that's fine. The fire chief cannot grant rights to an emergency access drive. So it's kind of irrelevant what the fire chief says about how you build it or where he would like to see it. So I think we put that aside. So the next issue is, notwithstanding the case, that was an appeals court case referenced by Attorney Tallerman. This case spoke to the general rights. Like, you two live next door to each other, your house is on fire, the fire truck can go over Helene's property to get there. That's what that statute is intended to do. On December 11th, the land court, with this exact same issue, issued a decision, Judge Smith. It was the exact same issue, 40B, claiming that they had rights of access. And I have the case right here, and I thought it was highlighted, but of course it's not highlighted, so I'm trying to find it. But I put the language, I wrote the language here. This interpretation of 89 Section 7 stretches the statutory language well beyond its plain meaning or the overall purpose of the statute. Furthermore, such an interpretation would, in effect, create new property rights for an owner through the extension of an easement to a different parcel where none previously existed. No language in GL Chapter 89, Section 7 supports such an extreme outcome. So in December, a land court judge told another 40B developer, you cannot use 89 Section 7 as a justification for an emergency access road if you don't already have an easement. I will say, note, the appeal period is still pending on this decision, so we'd have to wait. We'd know by the next meeting or not whether it was appealed. But right now, the land court has determined you can't use it. So I think where that leaves my conclusion for the board's consideration is where that leaves the board is there appears to be, based on the members of the public residents of Fairway Drive and the applicant, a difference of legal opinion on title that the board is not charged under the law with determining who has title to what, but perhaps a condition maybe want to be considered saying, if in the event that your right to put an emergency access drive is challenged legally and you do not have that right, you will need to create an emergency access in some other manner or something to that effect. So that's kind of where I've come out after looking at all the legal back and forth and all these issues. So I don't know if that's helpful, and I'm happy to provide any follow-up information.
I just hate the situations like that when it's left potentially to interpretation. Obviously, I'm going to spend some time just looking at it. But certainly, it appears to me that they're trying to make an argument now, whether or not it applies to their parcel or it was only to be for the remaining, for another parcel, the intent was it to be for another parcel, that's obviously open for interpretation.
Right.
And that's what judges are for. So, hold on, he wants to interrupt first. So
sure.
I'm going to let him
go
first, I just want to finish. So I'll just take a look at it for whatever it's worth.
Yep.
But the thing I'm always worried about, that type of language, is enforceability after the fact, right? The building inspector already has enough issues of things that he needs to enforce. So, that certainly will make us look as if we had considered the issue. We're trying to protect the property rights of an abutting property owner by putting that in there so that the onus is on the developer to rectify it in the event that there's an issue down the road.
Right.
Where they eventually put up a blockade, and they have the right to put up the blockade. Now, we're putting the health and safety of everyone at risk, potentially, in the subdivision. I hate that. But I don't want any of that. But let's see where things go between now and then. But certainly, this is a lot more than what I was expecting
Yes.
as far as an argument from, on their side. I thought
Yep.
they were just making the argument, the 89, Section 7 argument, and to me, that doesn't apply here.
Right, because we had been asking them from the first hearing for this information, we hadn't had it, and Mr. Cussin, and I understand he didn't have the research yet, but Mr. Cussin had even mentioned at a prior hearing, oh, we know we don't have any rights to use it as a roadway. So I think that had led us all to that conclusion, but I understand then the attorneys did further research, and I was doing the same research simultaneously. So I'm bringing this information, he's bringing this information all to the board tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Christian. You wanna go?
Mr. Farland?
You want to cut me off?
Decide.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, let the board know, you asked us to get a legal opinion.
Right.
This is a large parcel of land. You know how much title is. The board's lucky to have an attorney on the board and an engineer.
We got two.
We did it as quick as we could. We got the opinion Monday. It's in our opinion, not my opinion, the attorney's opinion, that we have the rights to use Fairway Drive, not only for emergency, but access if we wanted to push that envelope, which we don't.
Okay?
We understand we're not going to get an answer tonight. Whatever the protocol is, we respect.
No, it might be a situation where we have to do what Attorney Murphy has said.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest we have no problems if you, or the attorney, talk directly to Jay or to Attorney Matthew. But there again, I'm a layperson, but those rights were never relinquished. Those rights, in my opinion, non-legal, were granted and gave the owners, Shula, Agai, the right to use Fairway Drive out to Tucker Road. Pretty clear to me from a layperson's point of view. Now, attorneys can make any kind of arguments they want on both sides, but from a layperson, and furthermore, we were asked to do this research, and this is what we found, and we're willing to continue. Matthew suggested maybe he look into a little bit more. Same thing with Jay.
The point's been made, Mr. Cussin.
I'm
all
sorry?
right? Times two. So now, the thing is this, we have a lot of people here tonight, and we have another matter that we still have to hear that's coming before us. I'm sure some of you have heard about it. It's another 40B, and that one has a proposal for 300 units. And there are just about as many people outside waiting for that one. So I'm going to ask you to be patient with me, that I'm not going to open it up for public comment tonight. But one of the things that we need to do is determine whether or not the developer here is willing to work with the town moving forward as far as continuing this, because we're getting close to the 6-month date. When's the date, Ms.
The
Thompson?
date is February 23rd, and so the only hearing you have between now and then is February 12th.
Not for them, the 22nd.
You do have a hearing on February 12th, right, Michelle? Yes.
Oh, no, we don't.
22nd, isn't it?
I hope you do.
Hearing on the 22nd of January? Because I'm coming back for my own.
Right,
Yeah,
but there's another 40B hearing that night.
But I think we need to know where we stand as far as timing with this prior to the 23rd. Or the 22nd, whatever that date. I think that, when's the 6-month date? Is it February 23rd?
It's February 23rd.
So we'd like to know sooner than that, and we'd like, if we could know tonight, if there's going to be cooperation on the part of the petitioner.
We want to cooperate, but I think, need to take it to the next step. And on January, when are we going to meet next? Let me ask you that question.
February 12th.
22nd?
February
We
12th.
can discuss it at that meeting.
I mean, I don't have the authority to extend.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Can we hold on one second? Michelle, I'm sorry. Michelle had provided all of us with some dates, and I just want to double check if we can with Michelle. Michelle, what I had in my calendar, and maybe I wrote it down wrong, was there's another hearing on the 22nd, but that's for the other 40B that's already opened, and then on January 22nd. And then the next hearings after that would be February 12th or February 26th, but February 26th is beyond your deadline. So my assumption was, because you already have a 40B on January 22nd, that if this were going to be continued tonight, it would be to February 12th.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
But I just know that I'd like to feel more comfortable in knowing that,
Yes.
because it doesn't give us a lot of time if there's things that we... You won't be here on the 12th?
Correct.
Mr. Farland?
If I may, if you can ask the peer review consultant when he thinks he'll have his response back
On the,
in regards to the stormwater.
On the stormwater?
I think that would be helpful.
All right. I'm going to have you just step back from the podium just 1 second.
So for just stormwater comments, I could get that relatively quickly because the state stormwater requirements, they've gone ahead and said that they've met them with the revised report, so I just got to go kind of double check that information. In regards to all the other comments I have, I just need a little bit more time.
Then the 12th of February?
No, sir. I could get that done before the 12th of February, absolutely.
So you could be prepared for the 12th?
I would be prepared for the 12th.
All right, so now knowing that,
If I may ask, I'll go through you, Mr. Chair. Would the peer review consultant feel comfortable in stating whether the plans are further enough along that the board can make a decision after his next response letter?
just on that issue?
On the issue, yeah.
I don't know.
There's other issues, for example, as they've stated, they have a whole list of local stormwater bylaw waivers that they're, one of the dedicated periods of time that the board needs at a public hearing is to walk through all of the waivers and discuss them. And I think because the new list just came in this morning, that the intent was for the staff and peer reviewers as necessary to look through them and see whether they were appropriate, whether they would be detrimental, in order that they could give recommendations to the board. So that's a whole nother discussion. I don't know, maybe it could take 20 minutes, maybe it'll take an hour, I don't know, but that's a whole discussion in and of itself that has not even been started yet with the board, at this hearing.
Well, am I to understand that you'd like to see if you could get just segment by segment with approval of waivers on those, or just sort of the board's sense as to what the waivers would be for each segment?
We would like to have, I think by the next meeting, a good understanding of the waivers. Absolutely.
Well, we can't do that by the next meeting because the board needs to review each of the waivers at a public hearing. So I don't see how we do that before the
Well, not only
hearing.
that, weren't they just recently submitted, all the revised, submitted today? Okay.
The revised ones. I
The
mean,
revised
they
ones.
weren't, yeah.
I saw them for the first time today.
I can say probably none of the waivers are detrimental to the public.
Well, obviously, there are people, that
Laugh
there are
as
people
much
that are
as
going to
they
beg to
want.
differ, right? So, I get that. Excuse me, hold on. What are we doing about scheduling? Yes, well, I don't know. The thing is this, if you're not going to be willing to extend this, then obviously, we're going to take a different posture.
I understand.
And on the 12th, that posture may come to light. So I'm not trying to threaten anyone, I'm not trying to say anything, I'm just saying, I don't feel comfortable signing off on something when I don't know exactly everything that we're waiving and we've discussed, and these people have a lot more comments. And they're dying to leap out of these seats to ask these things, and I'm asking them, not tonight, because I've got another one.
I understand.
Where there are gonna be people out there, they're just as impacted by this as every person in here. Maybe even more so, because they've got a greater number, 300. Yeah.
Let me tell you what our position is going to be. We want to cooperate with the board. I think the board has enough information to make their decision. However, you're correct, and you want to go over the waiver list. Basically, and I understand, and we understand that, and also maybe even conditions of a permit we might want to discuss in an open meeting as well. So having said that, we at this time are not going to supply, I mean, the engineers will talk, and from what I'm hearing and what the applicant is hearing, is that a lot of these issues are kind of technical in nature. And typically, these plans are more than 80% complete. And it's very clear in the statute and rules and regulations that the plans only have to be sufficient enough to allow the board to make a decision. So we understand that. So at this stage, we're willing to give a 2-week extension,
That doesn't work.
okay? Go ahead.
It's not going to work
That's
because
all my
the board only can meet when it can meet. There are 3 volunteers that all have their own jobs, sometimes have night meetings, already have multiple zoning, Board of Appeals meetings a month. And so the reality is, I have never worked on a 40B, and I've been doing this for 30 years. I have never worked on a 40B in which an applicant has refused to cooperate with reasonable extensions. They don't have to grant them. That's his prerogative. The reality for the board will be, if you do not get a reasonable extension that you can meet before you close the public hearing, that you're required to close the public hearing, then on February 12th, if you are forced to close the public hearing, then there will be no discussions with anyone, including the applicant. And then I would work with whatever we have, and I would put together for the board an extensive decision with dozens of pages of conditions. And the waivers may or may not be granted because there will be no time for the board to properly review them in public, and the applicant will get the decision they get. So they are, to use kind of a common phrase, biting off their nose to spite their face, rather than potentially pushing this out, say, till, April, which would be a reasonable time if they expect to be able to see draft conditions and discuss them with the board. So that is, as counsel, from what's reasonably doable for the waivers to be reviewed, the board to understand the waivers, and for myself to work with the staff, peer reviewers, and draft conditions that could be shared with the applicant. That's going to take at least 2 additional months. And I would suggest it get pushed out till the end of April. If it can get done sooner, the board can do it sooner. But I don't think that 2 weeks is reasonable in any way, shape, or form.
My other problem is this. I get it. My other problem is I've told everyone that they'd have an opportunity to speak.
Right.
And they haven't. Not everyone's had an opportunity to speak about this and have the peer reviewers answer their questions. So I would not be able to render a decision, even if they don't agree to a continuance. Let's assume they don't agree to a continuance. Then I'm not going to be able, in good conscience, to stand here and sign anything without having all the input from everyone that's here.
So the February 12th meeting would be the last meeting before the deadline. Whatever can happen on February 12th would happen, and then you would be forced to close the hearing, and then you would have 40 days to render the decision. So then the board would probably have the opportunity for maybe one more meeting where you are given a draft in advance, and you review it, and we sit here, and all these people can be here, but none of them can talk, and it would just be the 4 of us walking through a very, very lengthy decision with no input from anyone in March. That's what would happen.
I'm not doing that.
Well, the best we can do at this stage is on February 12th, if we could agree that we will discuss the waivers at that time. Then on February, to do as much as we can that night to discuss.
Okay, I get it.
Well, it doesn't have, I mean,
keep going.
as a citizen, I appreciate all your time, and I realize you're volunteers, and thank you very much for your service. However, you can meet more often, and many boards do that. So, and I know it's volunteer. I get that, I get it. So and I don't know what the schedules are, but we're not willing to go out to April, I can tell you that right now. But we do want to, and the board has had.
Will you at least agree to the end of March?
Yes.
The end of March. We just had one say yes.
Well, Jeff.
If we could extend it to March 31st, I think that would be a fair compromise. We could see if we're continuing to make progress, and if we're heading in the right direction, and we need another couple weeks, I'm sure that you'd be reasonable and work with us. But I'm just telling you, I don't know what road and what path this is going to take.
Well, the path is very obvious. And
I'm talking about the ugly path.
The
Right,
ugly
I'm talking about
path
the
is
ugly
very,
path where,
the
you
ugly
know-
path is very obvious as well.
Oh, it
And
may very
and
well,
we
I don't
don't
know
want
if
to go the
I don't
ugly
know if it's,
path.
I don't want to do that either.
Okay, so we're trying to, within constraints that we have with our client, who doesn't understand why it's taken 6 months just to get to the stage and you're only meeting once, and I understand why you're only meeting once a month. I'm a citizen, I do volunteer work as well. So we need to compromise, and
And that's why I proposed March 31st.
how about the 15th? Let's go to the 15th, and then, well, if you keep saying no, attorney,
Because
Hold on,
the
hold on.
amount of.
This has to go through me,
I'm
right?
sorry, Mr.
Otherwise,
Chair.
it starts to fall apart, okay? I'm asking for March 31st on behalf of the members of the board. I also have an issue with the February 12th meeting where I'm going to be short one member, but I do have another member who could sit in on that if need be, because he can miss one. You haven't missed any.
I have not.
All right, and under the, what rules, Mullen rule?
Mullen rule.
the Mullins rule.
Yes, you can actually just watch it on
That's the
video.
only one I'll miss.
All right. And I'm not questioning, listen, you have your right to do whatever you need to do. So I'd just like to have the extra breathing room for us to be able to handle what we need to handle. It doesn't mean anything's going to go any slower than it otherwise would. It just means that we know we have that out there.
All right.
So right now, the date is February 23rd. That's a Monday. March 15th is a Sunday. Why don't we do the Monday, the 23rd of March? We're going from the 23rd of February to the 23rd of March.
Fine.
And let's see where we go.
Okay.
And then if things progress, obviously, I would like to think that there'd be reasonableness on the part of the petitioner, everyone to agree that if we needed some additional time, just because, I haven't seen the waivers lately. I remember when they were first filed.
But let me
Because the thing is this, I understand that you want blanket waivers, and I'm being told and being informed that blanket waivers are actually frowned upon even by the very drafters of 40B and the supporters of 40B.
I agree.
They have revised them, but that's the issue. There is now a detailed list. I've
Well,
just seen it for the first time this morning. So, but Mr. Chair, I would just suggest, since you typically meet on Thursdays, and I don't know what your schedule for meetings is going to be in March, but the March 26th is a Thursday. So I don't know, Michelle, if you have dates yet in March. We usually do it. So I would just say if you.
We'll make that date.
March 26th?
23rd.
26th. 23rd is a Monday, 26th is a Thursday.
Okay. But let me discuss for a moment waivers.
Okay.
I understand blanket waivers are not generally accepted, and we're not proposing blanket waivers. We've made an exhaustive list. But the whole premise behind waivers is to build the development in according to the plans that have been approved. So in my opinion, you don't even need any waivers. We have to build the plan based on what the board has approved. So we're showing where the wetlands are. We're showing the entire site. So
With all due respect, that may be your interpretation of it, but the ones that I've seen
We've used-
always have
I've been do-
itemized waivers.
yeah, I've
And I
been
understand
doing
that-
40Bs longer.
Well, that
and
may
in many cases.
That may be true, but the thing
go
is,
ahead.
the fact of the matter is, you have to convince all of us, and we have to all feel comfortable that what we're doing is in compliance with the law. And I believe that it is instilled upon us to ensure that there are proper waivers addressing each and every form of relief that you're seeking in relation to the zoning bylaws. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
I disagree with that.
all right, that's okay, we can agree to disagree,
But
all
I'm
right?
just saying that why do the plans?
Well, listen, the plans are to provide people the ability to conceptually
a
understand
detail-
what's
it's a
going
detail.
on. But anyway, we'll just put that aside for the moment. I think, obviously, we're going to be here all on the 12th, and I'm going to promise to these people that I am going to open it up for public comment, and please remind me, just in case, I am going to try to do it earlier rather than later in the process to ensure that the concerns, and I'm sure there are things that you've heard here today that have sort of addressed some of the things that you've had mentally going on in your head. Well, how's this going to impact me here? Well, how's this going to impact us there? And some of this has been, it starts to come together as the process rolls along. It may not be in a direction that we want it to, but it does come together as to addressing the concerns that you have. We're going to raise some of those issues when you're here next on the 12th. And I'm going to ask that we not be redundant on the questions, that when one person's asked the question and addresses that concern, we move on to the next one. Okay? Fair enough. So at this point, I guess we'll just get a motion to.
Yes, I would just request, and I think,
What is it? I'm not going to read that now. No.
and I'm sure they can work through Michelle, is that prior to the 12th, they'll need to submit in writing whatever Michelle needs in order to formally extend the hearing deadline until March 26th.
He's been doing it for a long time. I'm sure he
Yes.
understands the process. We'll get that to him, and I'm sure they'll work with us. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have it before the 12th, so that we're not having an emergency meeting between the 12th and the 23rd where we're scrambling, okay?
So,
What time on the 12th?
It's at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, a motion to continue this to the 12th?
Okay.
So on the
I make-
12th, if you're not going to be here, right?
No,
He's
I
not
won't
gonna be here, I'll be
Going to
here.
be here.
so,
We're going to have Attorney Farias sit in.
Attorney Farrier will be sitting right
Right.
here.
But then you come back for.
He's gonna watch the
because
video.
he's only missing one meeting.
That's right.
I'm only
And he
missing
said he
one
believes that
meeting.
that's the only one he's going to miss.
So Michelle, you send
Ready?
that to me?
I make a motion that we continue comprehensive permit ZCMP 25-1 to February 12th at 6 o'clock, 2020, February 12th, 2026 at 6 o'clock.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Cody, can I see it?
All right, we're going to go to a short recess. The zoning board is back in session. Moving on to the next matter that was on the agenda for this evening. It is the last public hearing that we have for tonight. It's comprehensive permit ZCMP 25-3. The petitioner applicant is Philip Cordero. The owner is the applicant via P&S agreement. The subject property is 0 Hathaway Road, also known as map 57, lot 1. It's located within the single residence A district, and this matter was legally advertised on December 18th and the 25th of 2025.
I make a motion that we waive the reading of the abutters list.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The petitioner, Philip Cordero, is seeking a comprehensive permit pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40B, Section 20-23, the Comprehensive Permit Guidelines, 760 CMR 56 from the Massachusetts General Laws and Dartmouth Zoning Bylaw Regulations. The petitioner applicant is proposing a development on approximately 113 acres to be known as the Hathaway, to be located at 0 Hathaway Road in the Single Residence A District. The development will have a total of 300 units. All right, so, do we have any comments here? No, I don't think we really need to do that because most of them are with us. I can move on. So, obviously, we have a lot of people here in the audience. I'm sure that emotions are somewhat high based on the fact that we're always concerned about what's going to be the unknown in our neighborhood. And certainly, this is not a small project. This is a very large project. We have two others that are 40Bs that are before us that we started almost 6 months ago. And the way I handle those is how I'm going to handle this one. And I know you're here, you want to be heard, and you will be heard, but tonight is not going to be that night. We basically going to allow, I'm going to read into the record, a brief explanation as to what we're confronted with. When I say we, this board and you as well, basically that we need to deal with from a legal standpoint in order to see if we can, I don't want to use the word massage, but find a way that's going to be the least impactful on neighbors and the community at large if this type of a development is to move forward. Unfortunately, our hands are somewhat tied, and I'm going to explain that as we move forward. And then after that, I'm going to allow the petitioner to provide an opening statement and explain to us the entire project as to what they're expecting to do on this site. And then we will probably part ways, and we'll schedule this for another date in which you can all come before us, and it's very likely on that date, I will open it up for public comment. But this is a process. It doesn't happen, it's not gonna happen tomorrow, it's not gonna happen next month. It's going to take several months, and we're going to hear, and we're going to engage consultants. They're going to have their representatives that are going to come forth on civil engineering, on wastewater, on stormwater, on, and if there's any environmental concerns, they will have experts speak to that. They will then pay for us to hire experts to verify whether or not their representations are accurate and to determine whether or not there are going to be some adverse impacts aside from the development itself as to, let's say, noise, let's say it's lighting, height, all of these things will be addressed at some point, okay? So in Massachusetts, Chapter 40B is a state law that allows developers to receive waivers from local zoning regulations to build affordable housing developments. The primary purpose of 40B is to increase the supply of affordable housing by bypassing restrictive local zoning ordinances. Each city and town in Massachusetts has a subsidized housing inventory, which is the percentage of their housing stock that is affordable. Towns that have 10% or more of their housing stock dedicated to affordable housing are exempt from 40B requirements. However, if a municipality doesn't have enough affordable housing, it may not be able to reject a 40B project. Developers apply for a comprehensive permit, which gives them approval from multiple local boards in a single streamlined process, which is before us. The law aims to create regional housing fairness by allowing communities to plan for and meet their fair share of housing needs. The hearing that's before us tonight for a comprehensive permit filed under 40B, this has a process, and the role of the board is very different than it is for a special permit and variances. And that's typically what we grant when people come before us. They seek relief for a special permit or a variance. This is a whole different animal. It's much more complicated. The board stands in the shoes of all local boards, which includes all permitting boards. The applicant is not required to obtain any other local permits or approvals from any other local board or department, and the board cannot require this. The board also cannot condition the permit on the applicant coming back to the board for other permits. The board's primary task is to apply the consistent with local needs standard of review established by Chapter 40B. This consists of weighing local concerns against the regional need for affordable housing. The board may deny a project, refuse to waive local bylaws, or impose conditions upon a project only where it finds that there is a valid local concern that outweighs the housing need. The local concerns must be caused by the project. They cannot be based on a pre-existing condition. In addition, concerns like municipal fiscal impact, school enrollment cannot be considered. If the town has not achieved 10% affordable housing units on the state's subsidized housing inventory, there is a rebuttable presumption that there is a regional need for affordable housing that outweighs all local concerns. Dartmouth is currently at 7.81%. And I know there have been concerns. There have been some letters that have been sent to us alleging that we are above the 10%. And that simply has not been the situation. And we have counsel that can explain that to us further. And I know that when people are looking at the one that's across, it's on Route 6, the other 40B, that's across from Cask and Pig. The Preserve. I forget the name of that one. We also have one pending for Hawthorne Country Club, that's called the Hawthorne, and we have another one pending for Westport Road.
Sherbrooke Farms.
And that one's called Sherbrooke Farms. None of those add up or equated or calculated into the SHI, which is the Subsidized Housing Inventory calculation. The board has the authority to waive any local bylaws and regulations that are necessary for the construction of the project. As noted, the board is required to grant these waivers unless there is a local concern that outweighs the housing need. The board is not obligated to grant waivers that are not necessary for the construction of the project. For example, developers often request waivers for local fees, noise ordinances, etc. These requests are generally denied. And I know that there's something being attached to this one as well that we've read. The board has right to have the project peer-reviewed by the developer's expense. The peer reviewers are only permitted to review the project and materials filed by the developer. They cannot undertake their own studies. Peer review of the project's pro forma is available only in a specific situation. The board has to propose conditions, give the developer reasonable time to review the conditions, and the developer notifies the board that the conditions would render the project uneconomic or not feasible. So at this point in time, is there anything else that you think I need to address? I know that I may read one of these letters into the record at some point, and I know that there's a letter from the neighborhood. We've read that letter, have we not? So I can read it into the record, but I don't know if it's most prudent tonight to do so. Let's hear from the developer or their representative. Let's see what specifically they're looking to do. And then we'll have time to sort of hash over this, and then the next time we're gonna meet, we haven't picked a date yet, but we're gonna be picking a date. We will open it up for public comment, okay? And I just ask you to be patient with us. So at this time, I'm gonna call upon the developer or their representative and to state their case. And just one second. Attorney Murphy, did you want to state something? Just,
Yeah, sure, because you referenced the SHI, that the town is clearly below the 10%. There had been some questions that the town administrator shared with me regarding, because the regulations have about approximately a half a dozen different safe harbors, as they're called, and if any community is within a safe harbor, then it has the ability to deny condition 40B permits with no right of appeal. So that's the benefit of a safe harbor. At the outset, when the site eligibility letters started coming in, and there were the three of them, they all came in around the same time. This project just is coming in later with its application. I spent a significant amount of time with the assistant town administrator. We looked at all of these, the definitions, what's required, and, needless to say, the town would have liked to have identified a safe harbor. And unfortunately, the town cannot qualify for any of the safe harbors. There was a question in particular about the land area. It requires that the units, the affordable units, or the 40B projects on that land that would have to be counted towards that minimum, those units have to be eligible for the inventory. And because the preserve has lagged so long, it is no longer eligible for the SHI until certificates of occupancy are issued. So the preserve can't be counted, and none of the projects that are currently before the board can be counted because they are not eligible for the SHI. So it's been looked at thoroughly. It was looked at thoroughly 6 months ago. Unfortunately, wish I had better news for the town and the board, but that is the state of affairs.
and we've looked upon that for the last two that came before
Yes.
us. I
Yes.
strenuously
Yes.
determined
Yep,
if that
you've
was
asked
going to be
me
available to us.
multiple
So-
questions.
And I know
Yep.
that there was a letter that we received on behalf of the neighbors, which was very well written, by the way, and it gave us a great opportunity to look at what the concerns were and potentially the method to, I don't want to use the word attack, but to try to find a way to stop this, if you will. And one of the concerns I had was, did we miss something? And I know that there's a time sensitivity that was brought up, that we have 15 days from the date that it's first applied for. If we don't do that, it's waived. Do you believe that you're basically telling us that there's no safe harbor available to us in this circumstance?
Yes, after my review together with the appropriate town officials, a determination has been made that the town cannot qualify for any safe harbors.
So that time constraint is really not one that we can, really relevant to us because it's not a remedy that's available to us. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mike,
Oh, yes.
put Dr. Agai on.
Oh, yes. I want to make it known that one of our members, who's an associate member or an alternate member of our board, who is Dr. Agai, has recused himself because he has a conflict in this context, in this particular case. And as a result, he's recused himself, and he usually makes it publicly known, but I don't believe he's here this evening. So he will have no input whatsoever with regard to this project. Thank you. So you can go there or you can go here. It's up to you.
If it's okay with you, Chair, we're going to use both.
All right, great.
Good evening, and thanks for hanging out so long. It's been a long night. My name is David Calhoun. I'm with Saxon Partners. We are the applicant. We are the developer. It improperly said that our civil engineer, Phil Kadira, was. But we are the Hathaway Dartmouth LLC. We filed for a project eligibility letter some time ago. And during that process, they have what they call a site walk, and then they gather input from the various departments. We were very, very fortunate to get a lot of information at that point, and because of that, we spent a lot of time going through what was brought forward to us. And tonight I have with me Phil Cordero of Allen and Major Civil Engineering. What Phil is going to do is quickly walk through the project from a civil engineering standpoint, and he will keep it brief. He's immediately going to be followed up by Clay Smook Architectural. And just quickly, so you understand our team, our whole team is not here because it wasn't warranted, but our legal counsel is Mark Donahue from Fletcher Tilton. Our wetlands conservation folks is Goddard Consulting. Our traffic engineer is Jeff Dirk with Vanessa Associates. And we already have a traffic study that is well underway, and we submitted as part of our application the proposed areas that we are going to be studying. And that's something that after this quick run through, hopefully we can talk about scheduling and timing. And we are open if the board needs additional time, because we fully respect that you guys are under a tremendous amount of workload. So we're happy to work on a schedule that can hit both our goals. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Phil Cordero.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Phil Cordero from Allen and Major Associates, principal with a business address at 10 Main Street in Lakeville. As David mentioned, I'm going to do my best to very quickly walk through the details of the application, knowing we'll have several subsequent meetings where we'll get into detail. As Mr. Chair read, we'll discuss things with the peer review, the town's consultants, et cetera, wastewater engineers, and so on. So as David mentioned, these are the stakeholders that are noted. Myself, Clay Smook, Vanessa is not present, Goddard is not present, legal counsel also not present here this evening, but they'll be available for future meetings. The site, as most people know, is located on Hathaway Road, bounded by Hathaway Road and Route 195. This is the location in a little greater detail. The yellow is the highlighted parcel. Generally speaking, 113 acres, map 57, lot 1 on the town's assessor records. Jumping in a little bit further, I just wanted to show the group what that looks like. 113 acres is the purple outline on the plan. Most of it is wetlands on the parcel. So we have about 16 acres plus or minus of upland area at the front of the site, generally located here around Hathaway Road and here on the backside of the residential subdivision off of Eisenhower, et cetera. So just for locus, our residential subdivisions at the Eisenhower Homes, Hathaway Road is along the bottom of the plan. New Hope Evangelical Church is here to the south of us. The green on this map is the town's Zone 3 aquifer is digitized into the plans. That'll come into context soon relative to the development. The dark blue line is the amount of wetland area on the parcel, not the entirety of the 113 acres or the rear, 75, 80% of it is wet. We do have upland pockets, cart paths throughout. We have not gone through the motions of full delineation, other than knowing the full leading edge as a constraint relative to the development that we are proposing in the front. And the blue shaded area, that's a floodplain map. We'll get into the context of that later as well. Environmental concerns that will come up, Pascamanset River is off locus several thousand feet away from the property and the development, but we'll talk about how stormwater is mitigated relative to treatment adjacent to Pascamanset. Jumping back in time, I wanted to just present the board and the public these aerial images, just showing that the land has existed for many years. In 1938, it was really open farmland. 61 continued to be farmland. In the early 70s, we saw the first houses really starting to appear. And then the project continued to progress. The farmland was abandoned probably somewhere in the 70s, early 80s. And here in the 80s, you can see the land starting to overgrow itself. So the vegetation was starting to take hold. And I note that for the benefit of the future discussions, that once we get into 2000, we've got the land covered. The farmers put a lot of fill on the back of the property. We encountered that when we were doing our exploratory test pits, and we'll again explain what that means as we go through the process. This is the plan that we're bringing in front of the board for consideration. As David mentioned, 300 residential units, 6 buildings. It is located on the upland portion of the land closest to Hathaway Road. So the wetland system, as we have it delineated by Goddard Consulting, is along Page North of the plan. So that will entail that we have to go through permitting with the Conservation Commission. And I'll correct Mr. Chair, during the outset, made mention that this is our only stop on the permitting train, but we do need to go to Conservation Commission because it is a state-level permit under the Wetlands Protection Act. So there will be one other stop for us in the town of Dartmouth as we go through this process. Layout of the site is, again, 6 buildings. These are multiple-story buildings because those familiar with the property, obviously our adjacent residents here, very familiar with the site. There's a lot of topographic change on it. We dropped from approximately, let me give you 121 elevation, which is in this corner, to about 60 in this corner, and there's about 30 feet of grade change across the site. So that topography has really informed the site plan that we're trying to present to this board. And what that does for us is we have six buildings. These are flat buildings in the front. The architect will speak about those momentarily. The rear 4 buildings are split-level buildings. 4-story on the front half of the building and 5-story on the rear half of the building. So as the site slopes down to the rear, we're taking advantage of that topography by infilling it with the building. And then later on in my discussion, we'll be infilling it with the drainage enough to make sure we're mitigating the conditions here. Layout of the site is born from the opportunity to make sure the site is fully accessible for all emergency personnel. Fire apparatus, delivery vehicles, passenger cars, etc. We bring to the application, we have 340 parking spaces shown on the site. We'll make sure we have the adequate ADA spaces. They're certainly noted on the plan, but we can talk in greater detail as we go through the civil presentation at later meetings. What we'll note about the buildings at the front is the building page left is where our clubhouse amenity center feature area will be located. Our outdoor pool area will be located here. And at the rear of the site, we also have some outdoor amenity. We do have a dog park. We do have a waste collection center as being necessary components to a development of this size. Otherwise, it is circumnavigated by the pavement, parking spaces. We've done work to make sure we can maintain green spaces around the perimeter of the project, both adjacent to the church, but also more importantly to the neighbors on the residential side along Eisenhower. We do have full pedestrian connectivity through here, and again.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. No. We're not going to allow any public comments, and questions have to be directed through me.
I'm sorry. I'm doing it wrong.
Yes, it's okay. No. Unfortunately, I know, I'm sure you do. But I'm not going to open it up for public comments tonight, okay? We're going to be able to... Yes. Actually, what you're going to do is just going to write it down so we don't forget it, and then next time when we sit down, we'll go through the questions that you may have. Please. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. So the next portion of the discussion tonight, as we get into the preview, is really to inform the board how we got here. We've certainly studied the plan for quite a while. Certainly, we know other applications were proposed on this location. There's a number of challenges in terms of access, traffic, topography, as I mentioned. So we went through, a detailed conceptual site planning exercise to try to right fit the site relative to all of those constraints. The developable land is obviously located along Hathaway Road, so we wanted to make sure we focus the development there out of necessity. We looked at scenarios that had dual entrances, again, the same parking circulation for fire apparatus. What we learned early on is the topography is really the biggest challenge here, number one. And we started to move the buildings around to minimize not only the amount of earthwork, but also retaining walls that might be necessary on either side of the site. So we looked at then changing up positioning of the clubhouse, positioning of the amenity area, bifurcating some of the internal roadways. These schematic cross-sections are really to give an early preview of what the site was going to look like, and again, help guide our decision-making process. And then we further went through, revised it. We looked at what is the effect in terms of grading on the side that abuts the church, what is the effect in the proximity as it affects the rear of all these residential homes along Eisenhower in terms of how close some of this area gets to those developments, to their houses. So this is the plan that was presented in the project eligibility application and ultimately approved by Mass Housing and is rendered in the decision. You can see that we had our clubhouse located in this corner. We had a driveway through here. And again, 2 curb cuts located along Hathaway Road. What we read in the Mass Housing letter and the Dartmouth Planning Board put in a letter of statement to consider alternative options to really lessen some of these impacts. So we again took pen to paper between receiving the Pell and the application that's here in front of this board to think about how we can move some of the activity centers. So what you'll notice is we started to move the clubhouse zone away from these residences. Move, all of the entrances, move where most of the patrons would want to go, get it away from all of these residences. We have been in communication with the church, who is very welcoming to the potential for 300 units of new constituency to the church. But we still had, obviously, our driveways located in here. So we, again, took pen to paper to say, well, let's eliminate this driveway through here, allow fire access, secondary fire access that may be necessary according to the fire department, widen out our site driveway here to really, again, the premise is take the activity center away from these residential homes and bring it as far away as we can. And in the process, increase that buffer zone along that part of the site. And that buffer zone is going to be comprised of 2 things as we get into the detailing later on. Natural trees that are going to remain, and supplemental trees, evergreen trees that we are proposing to install in selective areas chosen specifically on site to further screen this project from those residences. Evergreens, arborvitae, balsam firs, things that retain their needles throughout the entirety of the winter and create effective screening for all of the neighbors. Now, when we get into the further discussion about the project, you'll hear me talk about stormwater. And I will tell you that we meet the Massachusetts stormwater standards. I will tell you that we meet the town of Dartmouth standards. I will ask your peer review to vet my comment and assert any comments that they may have on it. I will say to the board that we are seeking municipal connection for water and sewer for a project of this size. We will seek electrical connections. In terms of the water and sewer, we have already had initial conversations with Mr. Barber in the wastewater division. He has made us aware of upgrades that would be required within Hathaway Road to support this project, and we are actively working with him to make those upgrades as part of this project. So we will ask you to get his testimony to that fact, and we'll fact check all of those elements as well. We will note for you that we meet elements of the stretch code, which is that it's an electric project. We will introduce electric car charging stations. We will provide those at first occupancy and scalable. We will note, obviously, a full and complete landscaping plan along Hathaway Road with our inspiration driven by landscaping already along that corridor, but then the supplemental landscaping through here that we believe will be of benefit to the neighbors. We'll also have internal landscaping that we'll talk about. We'll also talk about site lighting, especially with our residential neighbors. They'll want to understand how does this project, how is it illuminated? So we'll have several stages of illumination, low poles, LED light fixtures that are all dark sky compliant, that are shielded and cut off. We've provided a photometric plan that the board's consultant and the board can review and comment upon. And it'll show that we are capturing our light. We don't want to illuminate our neighbors. All of that light shine is on our property. The architect will note that there are no balconies on these buildings. So in terms of noise centers on the outer perimeter of the building, especially of concern to the neighbors on Eisenhower, we will have a means to address that. And then lastly, we'll talk about the fire department in terms of how they get around the site. Very loosely, we've given them full and complete access. We've already gotten initial comment from them regarding the request for some additional signage on the plan for no parking where no parking is proposed. And then lastly, we'll obviously get into traffic discussion through our traffic consultant, who will provide the board all of the calculations that I'm sure the neighbors will want to hear about traffic concerns along Hathaway and the intersections along that corridor, and how traffic created by this development can ultimately be mitigated. So I'll pause before I turn it to Mr. Smook. David?
One quick clarification. When we first started at the project eligibility letter phase, the buildings were high 40s off the property line, maybe 50 feet off the property line?
Yes,
Now they're pushing 100 feet off the property line?
yes.
And to make that change, we literally had to redesign everything that we have before you. So many of the steps that normally would happen during the ZBA process, your planning board was different than most planning boards. Most planning boards that comment at a project eligibility letter phase, they write a very nasty letter. And the planning board actually wrote a letter with challenges. They said, okay, if you can get off the property line, create a bigger buffer, create more green spaces. They put things out there for us to chase. We've chased them, and I think we have them all. So with that, I'd like Clay Smook to walk you through what the property is going to look like, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Clay Smook. I'm an architect. Been licensed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts since 1989. I started my own firm close to 25 years ago. I'm currently located at 8 Lyman Street in Westborough, Massachusetts. My firm has done many of these projects, several of them with Saxon Partners. Most recently with Saxon, we did 300 apartments in I think it was 5 or 6 buildings in Falmouth that has been approved. We have a couple of projects still in the works, one in Weston and one in Shrewsbury. And Weston, what's that? Weston's yours, but Weston is his, not Saxon's. Saxon's is in Shrewsbury. And also, another one that's not yours is one that we just permitted for close to 200 units in Wareham. That's controlled by AD Makepeace Company. So what I wanted to point out here, and I don't want to belabor it too much, really is the amount of urban design. My background is both in architecture and urban design is really pulling back at a macro level and thinking about how the buildings work with the landscape, with the light, with the existing conditions, et cetera. We started this project actually with a series of studies where we had one large building, 2, 3, 4, 5, as Phil had shown you about the 5 buildings, and we actually eventually settled on the 6 buildings for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is to really, really break down the scale of these buildings, which as I go through the exhibits, you'll see we've tried to break it down both vertically, horizontally, as well as in plan, specifically as it relates to the abutters. Again, one of the things, let me get this pointer. These buildings on the I like to call this north this way, and this is east and west and south. The buildings here on the east side that run along Hathaway, again, set back at least 100 feet to really mitigate the visual impact from Hathaway, and again, the same from the abutters. These buildings sit on relatively flat parcels. They are 4 stories tall. The building here at the intersection, which we call Building A, this is the amenities building, which is sort of chock full of amenities, including fitness, clubhouse, leasing, a full exterior amenities package, including grills and pool, et cetera. But we try to put that as far south as away from the abutters as possible to mitigate any sound or visual light intrusion. But one of the things we did here, again, these are on flat. These buildings are fairly identical and they flip and flop. And on this side, on the east side on both of these buildings, it's 4 stories. And what happens on the west side is you basically have the equivalent of a walkout level. So you're 4 stories here, 5 stories from this side, but it's really 4 stories with a walkout. Much like you see with your homes, many times it's a 2-story on one side and the back store is 3 side. By breaking these buildings down the way we did, we sort of, and building them at different elevations, you're really getting the stepping of the building. So when you view this from the corner here, you'll actually see these buildings step down, and creating this jagged edge is to break the scale of these buildings down. Going through, not particularly fun graphics to look at. It's basic, these projects, as I said, this is Building A, the ground level, this sort of light purple color, again, this is the amenities package, and we actually have Up on the upper level, on floor 4, we actually have a sky lounge and pub and whatnot, so for allowing the residents to come up here and have long views with the beverage of their choice of the beautiful landscape area. And then all the buildings, it's the typical buildings that we all see, all designed Massachusetts Building Code with a center corridor and apartments off of the center core. The mix is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and the required 10% 3-bedroom units. Building 2, very much the same. Again, in this case, we don't have amenities in the building, although each building, although we are still providing in these buildings sort of a great room with sort of the fireplace and sort of the community room for each individual building. And by breaking the buildings down in this scale of 50 to 60 units per building, you create sort of a sub-community within the community. Again, now this is a good example where this lower level, let me just get the pointer out here. These are the buildings that are on the western side. Again, this is the walkout basement portion. This area is really what we call unexcavated, crawl space, et cetera, so that your first full floor is really, I call it floor 1. I call this terrace floor 1, 2, 3, 4. So again, they're 4-story buildings with a walkout. Same on building C, it's just a matter of flipping and flopping. This is a good example of the prototype units. A studio unit, generally about 18 feet wide. A 2-bedroom is generally 25 feet wide. Everything's sort of based on a 12.5-foot module, so that's 12.5. This is actually the oddball. This is 1.5 modules, 18.5. This is 25, that's roughly 37. And this is towards 45 to 50, which is the 3-bedroom. So it's studio 1, 2, and 3. Whoops, there we go. This is an example. This is building A, again. And this is when I talk about trying to break down the scale of the building, both horizontally and vertically. So here we are, a 4-story building. Really look, this building is sort of a fusion of a more contemporary with a traditional style in that we have a very strong base, middle, and top. The top is, this thing would be in a level of colors. It would be very neutral, natural colors in the grays, with the top being a darker color. It sort of creates the idea of an attic story, which is sort of a very, very classic townhome design, in the New England area. And what we're doing is not only are we breaking it down with the base, middle, and top, but we're breaking it down horizontally to sort of affect the idea that it feels like a series of townhomes that are conjoined. This is building B, again, from a layman's standpoint, they all, it's a very similar look, but again, there is slight variations in the facade to create that visual interest to it. Even though it creates that visual entrance, there is a central entry here that's going to allow pick off and drop off, and there's all those associated needs that you need with a building like this. I think the important thing of the final site plan is that the parking is equally distributed throughout. So wherever you live, you're going to be able to get parking really close to your building and your unit. This is the effect of what happens when you have a walkout. Again, this is the side that faces east, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. And that 1, 2, 3, 4 is here. And then you've got that walkout lower level. Okay, so on the 4-story side, there's an entry, and on the 4-story with walkout, there's an entry. So it's very easy to access the elevator banks and and all the circulation areas. Same kind of thing. And this really gives you an effect, a cutaway here. So this is the east side. You can see the way it drops down, and you have that walkout. Very similar to many people's homes. So this is kind of an interesting little diagrammatic section. And again, this is going to be real. The landscape program is very, very robust, and I'll let Phil talk about that at a later date. Hathaway is up here, and you can see this thing sort of dropping down. We've got the buildings. We've got what I call the car parks, where you have parking and landscape in between the buildings. And what's really nice is the buildings are axial, north-south, by and large north-south, which allow east and west light. So you're really not getting units. Every single unit is going to get that really nice natural daylighting. One of the things that Saxon is really good with as opposed to some of the other developments, is they really push for oversized windows to really get the maximum amount of light in as possible. And then this is a view down Hathaway that shows, it's sort of got a little bit of a perspective to it, but this is building B, this is building A, this is the amenities, but you can see the way the top of the building is crenellated and the buildings are dropping, so it really feels like it's working with the landscape. Some tabulations are in your packet. It really comes down to almost equally 6 equal buildings, although the distribution of the units is slightly different. The amount of units are between 40 when it's in the amenities building to 57 when it's in just the sole residential buildings. Some perspectives, this is coming in. Let me grab this. This is the diagram up here, again, building A with the amenities. This is sort of right at the, what I like to call is the southeast entry. You're coming in, again, landscaping. This is the pool area. You're going to be able to come around. You'll enter here. There's, again, at the base of this building is a very robust amenities package. And then, of course, this is building A, C, and E, building E down there. And that, I think that is the end of the slides. Is there one more? Okay, gotcha. Huh, there is one. So maybe there's 2 more. So this is from the bottom. Let me just see exactly where we are. This is a view looking from, basically, Eisenhower is over here. This is looking from this corner. This is building B, building A. You're right, there was. It ends at 14. And this is a view from across the street at on Hathaway. Sorry, I had a senior moment there. This is a view directly looking west towards building B and building A. And that about covers in a nutshell. And the buildings are going to be clad in a wood-like siding. A lot of people have heard of it. It's called Hardy. It's a cementitious siding. It looks and smells like wood. The great thing about it is it holds paint for a really long time. It doesn't rot, and it does not allow insect damage. So you're going to have a good-looking project that's not going to require paint for a long period of time, maybe 15 years plus, and then they can come back and it holds the paint very, very well. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dave. Thank you so much.
What do we got for dates?
Thank you. And just a few clarifications for the board. We are scheduled to have our full traffic study submitted to you on the 23rd of this month. So hopefully the board will have peer review engaged that could take it up at that time and start researching it.
So what are the thoughts, Susan, about, excuse me, Attorney Murphy, about the consultants that we're going to engage? Are we going to use a similar situation where we'll have the town administrator work with trying to getting pricing and coming back with quotes and things of that nature?
Yes, and the town planner, Dan Gios, is assisting as well. So I believe they'll be working together, Town Administrator Haddad, and I don't believe Mr. Gios is here tonight, but Town Administrator Haddad is here, and I believe they're going to be working together to get the quotes.
Okay.
So if the board is comfortable, then the staff will proceed and get quotes and engage so that
So,
this
just to
can-
clarify, you're going to have for us an actual traffic study by February 23rd?
No, January 23rd.
January 23rd, okay.
But that's going to be really tight for you to actually have your peer reviews on board and look at it.
We may not, but what do we have on for the 23rd as of right now?
On the 22nd, you have the Sherbrooke 40B.
Mr. Chair, on the 23rd, you'll be getting that report.
Yeah, so we need time for all of that.
Yeah, you're going to need a good few, 3-4 weeks to review it and then have
Not only
somebody
that,
that
we're going to
can.
engage someone too.
Right.
Is
They haven't
there-
engaged anyone yet as
Is
well.
there a mechanism through which we could agree to a peer review budget so that, provided that your consultants come on board, you wouldn't have to come back to a formal meeting to approve those peer
Well,
reviews?
so the way, as I'm sure you're very familiar with the regulations, you know, in some instances, some towns, some boards do, share all the quotes and discuss them, et cetera. What Dartmouth has typically done is they've gotten the quotes and they've made the determination, which they have the ability to do under the regulations. What's been done for the prior applications, but it's at the, deference to the board, is the board, if it wishes, and they've done it in the past applications, has voted to authorize the staff to do that process and to engage so that it doesn't have to come back to the board after the fact. But the board has not discussed it here yet for your application. So it's however the board feels comfortable.
Any problem with that? I
No,
think-
we can keep it the same way, right?
Yeah, we'll take a vote that will
To authorize the staff to.
authorize, when you say the staff, meaning.
Well, I'm sorry, the town administrator.
Town
yes.
administrator, we'll have the town administrator, at least him, and then he can utilize whoever's others, consultation that he thinks he needs in order to make that determination.
Yeah,
But I feel
and-
comfortable. It's just, I don't want to be in another battle like we were
Right.
with the other two about costs.
Would
I
you,
think we
if-
should get at least like a couple, try to get 2 or 3 people to.
I think they did the same thing
Would
last
you-
time. Some people were getting back on time and others were.
Right, I think that they were having trouble with getting responses as far as availability. But would you like, I know you did designate a board member
did,
to
Helene.
assist. Do you want to do the same thing, just in case? He doesn't have to if it's not needed, but in case it's, there's questions from the town administrator, do one of you want to be
We don't need
designated
to
to
vote on
bounce
that. We'll
questions?
we'll
Yeah,
have no
okay.
problem with deference speaking with, that Cody can speak to Halim. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
So obviously, we're going to have to put forth a vote about authorizing Cody to actually engage the peer reviews consultants, engage the consultants for each and every one of the sciences. So you want to do traffic first?
what I would like to see happen is you to engage a traffic engineer, peer review. We just went through it on 2 projects. Civil and the peer review was a combine of roughly $25,000 for the 2 peer reviews combined. If the board would like, we could put that in a fund already so that there are no disruptions, because often what happens is the town managers get nervous that, okay, we're engaging these professionals and somebody hasn't put the money up. We would be more than happy to put the funds up, and then you can bill against it. And
Yeah, and I mean, that would be appreciated if it was in advance, because we did have issues with the other ones where they couldn't start work because there were no funds. But the board and the town can't commit tonight, like, this is what the cost is going to be. I mean, right, the peer review cost will be what the peer review cost is. So, they can't commit before they even have bids as to what that amount is going to be. I mean, you understand.
we understand that. And
Okay.
provided, I mean, we just had 2 of them, and they were within dollars of each other, 2 separate different projects, 2 completely different municipalities. And the traffic reviews are coming in around, anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000.
If you would like to share then the peer reviewers who are working on behalf of the town with Michelle, then she can provide them to the town administrator, and he could potentially, I'm not going to speak for them, obviously, but, if there's names of peer reviewers that you wish the town to consider, you can provide those names. Is that?
We'll get that to you by Monday morning, and we'll also get you a check by next Wednesday for $25,000 or $30,000, whichever the board feels is appropriate.
There's also I don't know how much of the prior hearing that you saw, but because of and I believe you've already done, a lot of this, as you've stated, with the the wastewater and the upgrades, but there may need to be some peer review funds in connection with the water sewer review. I think the town administrator will have to confer with the DPW director about whether that will be needed.
We already undertook a lot of that, and we had it studied and evaluated and submitted it to the DPW. And also, he had us go back out to come up with the cost of the work. So we have a letter with an approximate dollar value, and most of that study work has been done. So I think he can step into that piece. So we already funded that and did that study.
Okay, well then, you know what, like, that's all helpful information, and like I said, I'm just mediate, not, whatever, I'm just the MC here. I'm not the one who will be making any of these
Yes, ma'am.
decisions. But I think that's helpful.
Okay.
All right. So we need a date in February, right? What about late February?
Are you suggesting, did you say you'll have the report on the 23rd, and then you were suggesting give?
If the report is in your hands on the 23rd and the peer review looks at it, they're going to need 2 weeks by the time they read it and then write something and get it to the board. And the biggest problem we see with peer review is municipalities will hire them, and then all of a sudden the hearing comes up and they show up the day of the hearing with their report. And you haven't read it, we haven't read it, so it's a totally unproductive process. So we would prefer to give the board more time before we meet next, so that these pieces and parts are already vetted by the engineers so they can report properly to you.
What were you thinking, late February or maybe early March?
Early March.
Okay.
Normally, the first meeting, we would have your traffic consultant come and go through the traffic report, I think, right? So we don't have to have the peer at that time also.
So what he's suggesting is we don't have to have the peer on the same date that you have your consultant come forth and just present it. And then because the next meeting, I'm going to be opening it up to public comment. But it's always nice when they're going to be asking questions and they're only going to be hearing from your consultant, not necessarily the consultant that's been hired and engaged to represent our interests and look for and to ensure that there is compliance.
Our experience has been that what we do is, with the board's approval, once the peer reviewer is hired, that the 2 engineers are allowed to share information.
Yeah.
And what they do is, they're going to be proofing out our engineer's study. They may come back and they may say, okay, that intersection that you're looking at, that's great, but we have a problem down here. Would you look at that intersection? Those 2 parties work together. They come up, the goal is for them to come up with a consensus of what needs to be done and what is truly caused by this project and what are existing conditions. So our recommendation is, when we finally have the traffic engineers here, both of those groups are standing here, and they have already reached a conclusion, and they have a report to you at least a week before you meet, so you read what they've come to agreement on. It's available to the public, so when people look at it, they can say, okay, this is really making sense. And then we have a peer review meeting with both engineers. They're doing all the talking, they're answering all the questions, they're answering the questions from the audience, and it is truly beneficial for both engineers to stand here, because they're PEs. They're all signing with their professional license when they submit their reports. There's nothing they can falsify, but it is comfortable for the audience to have your guy, your woman, that can stand there and say, here's what you want to look at. But if we give you time, and the engineer's time, I think it would be beneficial. So
I agree with that. I wish the other 2 were the same.
Have there been any dates yet that the boards?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, have there been any dates chosen yet that the boards are available in
We're
March?
looking at March 12th at this point, and that would give us plenty of time to engage. Mr. Haddad, that would give us plenty of time to engage a consultant to review if they present us with an actual study by the 23rd of January. That would be, I would think it'd be plenty of time.
yeah, would it be also, would like to do the same with the civil the same night, so we could have an engineering night, and you listen to the engineers. I mean, if you're going to sit here all night, you might as well listen to the pros.
I understand that. I don't know if there's going to be enough time to do all of that, especially if I'm going to give people an opportunity to have public comment. So a lot of this, I'm sure this is moving rather quickly, but I just want all of you to know, there are going to be different sciences that are going to be discussed. So the next meeting that we're going to have, it appears we're leading towards March 12th. It's going to be about traffic, the impact of traffic. They're going to do studies probably at the intersection of Slocum Road and Hathaway Road, possibly Hathaway Road and Route 6, Hathaway Road and the off-ramp of 140. They're going to, that's their science, right? They're professionals in that area. And they're going to tell us, and they're going to explain to us, based on the number of units, the number of bedrooms, how many, they call it trips, of, in the morning hours, during the day, and what the impact that'll have on the immediate traffic along Hathaway Road and any other road that may be impacted. So they're gonna have an expert that's gonna explain their end. By then, it appears that by March 12th, when we come back, and that's where your questions are gonna be focused, right? They're not gonna be focused on the height of the building, they're not gonna be focused on the lighting of the building, not at that point, there'll be another day for that. It's a system, so to speak. So we're gonna be dealing with the traffic, whatever your concerns are, write them down between now and then, so that you'll have an opportunity to address them with questions through me, for their expert, and then our expert. I usually lean towards our expert as to, what explanation he has for whatever the concern is that you may have. Fair enough?
Mr. Chair, one
Sure.
final suggestion, and I don't know if it's something that the ZBA supports. People took the time to come here tonight and wanted to ask questions. If the board is okay with it, we're open to having neighborhood meetings. We've done that frequently. Mass Housing tells you not to. They say don't do neighborhood meetings. You're just letting yourself into not a good night. But if there's questions and people would like, we could arrange for, if there's a room at the library or if we need to rent a room somewhere and have coffee. We've found it very, very helpful if people can sit and look at the plans with the architect, with the engineer, with myself, and actually ask questions so that when they come
I don't think
back.
that's a bad offer, but I would leave it upon them, either individually or they've sort of collectively formed a group against this, if you will. They're concerned, okay? They are concerned about what's going on. I have a letter that I've not read into the record yet, but I've read it, and they've got bullet points of concerns. So
We're
obviously,
accustomed.
they would be probably the ones to reach out to you and then communicate with the immediate abutters or whoever else is concerned, so that they can let them know that there's going to be a meeting at some point to address some of that.
If there's a point person we can deal with and they'd
I
mind.
don't know who that is, but you might want to explore that
I
this
will be
evening.
here after we're done. If that person was there, we'd be happy to find a venue and have coffee and roll out plans and spend a couple hours and let people go through. And, it's super helpful because there's nothing worse than coming here and getting up to speak. And all of a sudden you realize it's not what's on the plan. And the plans are very, very difficult to understand. So we're here to do that and let us know.
All right.
So just to clarify, so there's going to be a meeting on the 12th and a meeting on the 26th. Is that the schedule for March right now?
Is it 26th of March?
26th is going to be Mr. Cusson.
I'm available on the 12th. Are you available on the 12th?
I am. 26, I am.
The 26th is where Hawthorne was continued. Well, that's the outside date for Hawthorne is the 26th.
All right. I can't do the 19th.
About the 5th.
I can do the 5th.
So on the 12th, we'll do traffic and civil.
They may not be able to do the 12th. That's what they're trying to figure out.
We have 26.
And you could, because you're also going to need a night.
I'm going to be away. I think I'm going to be away on the 19th.
Well,
The 26th, because we're already pulling it out. He wants to put both, he'd like to do two sciences all in one evening.
I
He'd like
can
to
do
do,
5 nights, I just can't do the 12th.
if we do the 26th, then we would just leave just this, and we'd have the two sciences for that night.
And you're also going to need a continuation date for Sherbrooke, just to,
Excuse me?
you're also going to need a continuation date for Sherbrooke.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to do it on the 12th. We could do the 11th, which is a Wednesday,
I could do
which is
that.
a great suggestion.
I gotta check on that, because I got a lot of, let me check on that. I'm not.
Well, we got to know that.
No, I can't. I have meetings on Wednesdays that might continue. I wouldn't know.
I know.
Oh,
I didn't mean to get snappy.
how about the 10th?
Do the 10th, Tuesday.
Let me see.
What about Saturday night?
You can come Saturday or Sunday.
So guys, I'm open to dates.
William, how are you on Monday?
Well, why why couldn't we do the 5th of March? What was the problem with the 5th?
Nothing. Did you have a problem with the 5th?
Did you?
No, Michelle won't be
All right, so
around.
let's do the 4th. It's a Wednesday. But you have meetings on Wednesday, same problem?
Monday is good for Helene.
So far, except conservation.
Unless you want to do Tuesday the 3rd. You want to do Tuesday the 3rd?
I can do any date in March but the 12th.
All right. How's March 3rd?
That's fine with, wait, let me
Helene?
just take a quick look.
Is a Monday better for you than the Tuesday and Wednesdays?
Probably Monday is a better day.
Monday's the 2nd?
Second.
The 2nd, sir?
Monday, March 2nd? Clay, Phil?
All right.
Sold.
Special meeting for you.
We'll do both trades. Civil and
If we can engage both, yes.
work with the town.
All right, you'll work with us. All right, folks, so everyone in the audience, so you know, and the viewers at home, we're going to continue this hearing to March 2nd, which is a Monday, at 6:00 PM. This will be the only matter that's on. And we're going to be discussing definitely one science, which is the traffic, the impact of traffic, and possibly a second, if we can engage everyone to have everything done, would be the civil part of it.
Or water, I think, you said water, you did a lot of work with the water.
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing, and I'm really having a difficult time hearing what you're saying.
Sorry, I'm trying to get closer to the microphone. So, for everyone, we're going to be continuing the hearing to March 2nd at 5:00 PM, which is a Monday night. Oh, sorry, 6. 5 are other matters, I apologize. 6:00 PM. We handle local matters at 5. The 40Bs are at 6:00. I'll make it clear, 6:00.
Cody said to me civil as well.
Yes, and we're going to do the civil as well on March 2nd. So they're going to be two sciences. So any comments will be limited to those two sciences on that night, and then we'll hopefully be able to address most of the questions that you have. And obviously, just because it's not brought up that night doesn't mean you can't bring it up on another evening, but it's just we'd like to keep it focused so that this can flow somewhat easily. I will share this with you. I know you may not have experience with the other applicants, but it certainly appears that these gentlemen are much more willing to, at least up front, make sure that we can get the ball rolling. They want to get the ball rolling on this. They're already willing to pay money. It's been other difficulties with some of the other 40Bs. And I'm not trying to speak poorly about whoever those petitioners are. It's just the experience has certainly already been different. Is this misplaced, gentlemen? No. So, they're offering to sit down collectively with all of you or some of you to go over the plans, to discuss some of the concerns. None of that stuff is written in concrete, right? It's not formed in concrete. There are things that they're going to modify based on the concerns that we may have. I didn't see anything on there about, school bus stops, because they're going to be children going to be living in these things as well. So whether or not there are going to be any crosswalks for the main roadway or things of that, but those are all things that'll be brought up as we go along. So just remember, we're all in this together, right? I live in this town. I love this town just as much as any one of you. I look at this and it's bothersome, right? It's not in my immediate neighborhood, but it's in my town that I love. It's bothersome, but there's not much we can do. At the outset, I explained the process. So we're all here collectively to hear your concerns, try to address them, minimize them. I'd love to make this thing go away. It ain't gonna happen, right? It's not gonna happen for us. We have to find a way so that some of this can exist. And I don't know why the number's 300, but I'm not gonna ask that question, because if you couldn't ask a question, I can't ask a question tonight. But we're gonna find out why it's 300.
One item that, listen, the town is very concerned and is looking to get to their safe harbor. My quick calculation is that provided that we get approved, at that point, you will have safe harbor. You'll have it for, provided that we pull a building permit within the first year, you will have that safe harbor for 2 years. But once we pull our building permits and things get going, our 300 units, because it's a rental product, some of your other projects are not all rental, you get credit towards your 10% on the full count. So there's 300 apartments, only 75 of them are affordable. but you get credit for full 300. You don't get that in a for-sale product. So if you're doing a 100-unit for-sale product,
Because it's rental.
and 20% of those are affordable, there's 20 affordable. That's all that goes towards your SHI. Whereas you do, and that's where most municipalities come back and they say, okay, it is a large project, strategically located close to the highway. It has next to no abutters. This enables us to protect other areas, more sensitive
I
areas.
understand the point, but it's small consolation for the people that live nearby, right?
And there's also 3 other projects before you that would have put them over 10% if you hadn't applied, so we understand, but it's not.
I don't think your 3 other projects get you there.
I don't know.
Only one is for sale, the others are all rental.
Okay. But I understand the point. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion, gentlemen.
Me? You?
Sure, go ahead.
I make a motion that we continue comprehensive permit ZCMP.
Hold on a second. I
Whoops.
think he wants to make a point. One second.
Before you make the motion to continue, I think you need to make a motion, you were going to authorize staff regarding the peer review.
Right, we didn't, thank you for reminding me about that. All right, gentlemen. So we're going to authorize Cody Haddad, our town administrator. Yes, to engage both peer review consultants, all the peer review consultants. All the peer review consultants.
Okay, I make a motion that we engage the town administrator, Cody Haddad,
To engage, authorized to
to
engage.
authorize him to engage peer review people for this project.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we've got that out of the way. And then, thank you very much for reminding us. And now we'll move on to a motion to continue.
I make a motion that we continue comprehensive permit ZCMP-25-3 to March 2nd, 2026,
6 PM.
at 6 PM.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. All right, we're still in session, folks, so I ask you to be as quiet as possible.
Will we be able to find the minutes of this meeting online?
It won't be for a while. It won't be for a while.
You
Okay.
can, you
That's
can,
the March 2nd date.
It won't be for a while.
it won't be for a while, I can't give you a date, but you can watch this on YouTube TV if you want
All
to
right.
rewatch it.
Okay, so gentlemen, we've got some some minutes. I just asked that we put them off, table them till the next meeting.
I agree.
We're tabling all the administrative minutes and the
okay.
review and approval of minutes till the next meeting. We okay with that, gentlemen?
Yes.
We don't need a vote on it, but we're
No,
okay with it.
no.
Table.
Okay, tabled. Motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.